Shelling P, Tasha, everybody, welcome to my channel. Welcome to my live stream. Let me set the chat up because where is the button at? Did they upgrade some stuff? Oh Lord have mercy. Hold on. I need to set my settings and I don't know what they've done. Have they changed the settings? Oh my God. Oh, okay. Whoops. I didn't mean to. Hold on, y'all. Let me unpin. Did they upgrade the thing? Lord have mercy. YouTube be working my last nerve. Chat filter. There we go. Lord have mercy. All right, there we are. Hey, everybody. Sorry. Welcome. My name is Kiki. Welcome to my weekly K-pop live stream. Once again, I just got home like 30 minutes ago. I have not eaten any real food today, and I have done nothing today. So I'm going to try to attempt to eat. Yep. Y'all give me a minute. I just got to eat a few bites. I'm not been. This is cauliflower. This is cauliflower. Cauliflower mash, since I don't eat potatoes or starches or carbs. Oh, it's so good too. Anyway, y'all, I'm hungry. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm hungry. Okay. Well, okay. Now since I got a few bites to eat before I pass out. Hola. Hello, Katina. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Arlene, Ice Queen. We have a lot to talk about this today. We're going to talk about the BTS in Mexico. Has put a smile on my face. Y'all, I'm so excited. Viva la Mexico! I'm so excited about this trip to Mexico. I'm telling you, this trip to Mexico kind of restored my faith in Big Hit, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the New Jeans thing. That story, I just did y'all know I normally don't be doing videos on Saturday, but I'm just like, let me go ahead and say something. We're going to talk about YG and what's going on with YG and all of their shenanigans. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Also, what else? What else? We're gonna talk about the Japanese idol that disappeared. Hold on, y'all. Let me take a look at okay. Sorry, y'all. My internet is looking really crazily slow. Really crazily slow. Anyway, oh, my stomach is hurting, but it's good. It's all good. I'm getting it together. So I gotta adjust my light. Like it's daytime here. Like you guys can't see it, but it's daytime here. Yeah, don't forget to like the video. Yeah, BTS get crazy when they leave Japan, they leave Korea, and then they come over in the Americas and they act wild. I don't know, but we're gonna talk about it. Well, I'm just gonna give time to everybody get in here. I gotta do my face today, but I'm starving. I'm like literally starving. Okay, it's fine. I'm like literally starving. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good. This is almost the day before Mother's Day. So my Mother's Day, I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm staying home packing. As you guys know, I'm still packing. It's every day I'm packing. Every day I'm packing or cleaning. I'm trying to motivate my kids to do the same because they're not very motivated. It's 100 degrees in Arizona. Girl, it's like 90 something degrees here. It's pretty hot here. It's been hot here all day. All day. It is like going to be a hot summer. And then I got to move too. I'm not looking forward to moving. I have to do like a preliminary. Whenever I move, I try to give myself enough time where I don't feel rushed. Because that time goes by real quick. But I'm trying to do things, I've pretty much got everything packed up. I just have certain things here and there. We have to do the garage and the kitchen. The garage and the kitchen is what's next. But happy Mother's Day to everybody. Um, but yeah, I've been out in these streets. Right now, my kids are out in these streets. They're at the park with chalk. I'm like, please don't come home covered in any kind of chalk. Like, they should know better. But then my little cousin is here. So it's like three rambunctious kids and me. And then I have no Mickey to help me. Used to be the kids, it would be my kids and their cousin. And she's here for the whole weekend and she'll probably be here during the summer and they're all rambunctious. And usually I have Mr. Mickey right here looking at me like, my Mickey be looking at me talking about F these kids. Girl, my cat would look at me like, because they would terrorize Mickey. They would like, Mickey, 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 Mickey. And then my cat's just like, oh. My cat would run in my room and stay in here as refuge. Like, Mickey be like, F you kids. They're wild. They get a little rambunctious. Yeah, Texas, we got a dry heat. It's 56. My kids like to be outside. They like all that. They like to be outside. Then I was supposed to go to the store, and I went to the store and forgot to get the spare cat food. There are stray cats in our neighborhood that we set food out. We set food and water out, and I forgot. And sometimes they'll just show up at the door and meow because they're like, "Where's our food at?" I don't know what's gonna happen when we move because we won't be feeding them anymore. The kids are kind of bummed out about that we don't be feeding the stray animals. And we set good food, like we set two big bowls of food out for them. Yes, the haunted shower curtain, baby, the haunted shower curtain. Wait a minute, let me tell y'all a story before I get started. Where I'm moving, I'm redoing my entire bathroom. It's going from Gudetama. My bathroom, if you guys don't know, it's Gudetama right now. It is going, I took all the Gudetama stuff and threw my posters and everything away. My bathroom is going from Gudetama to BTS, right? But the thing about it is, I don't have a shower with a shower curtain. I have a sliding, like a glass door shower. So there will be no more cursed shower curtain, y'all. I don't even know why. I don't even know how. I feel some kind of way. I feel a little shook up. I feel a little emotional. I feel a little emotional that the cursed shower curtain will be no more. I was like, what am I gonna do without looking at the? Oh, they're not stray when you start feeding them. They part of the family. My kids kind of feel like the part. Yes, what am I gonna do with no cursed shower curtain, y'all? I don't even know. I don't even know what to think about that. I don't even know how to feel. How am I gonna sleep at night knowing that the cursed shower curtain is not staring at me as I sleep? How am I gonna take a shower knowing that the cursed shower curtain, that BTS is not looking at me when I'm naked? I don't even know how to live life right now. I don't know how to breathe without you. I don't know how to live without you. I know I'm gonna miss. That's what my kids were like. We'll put it on the wall tapestry, and you can still do your videos, but then like use it. I won't throw it away. I'll keep it. I love my shower curtain, but I'll probably put it up as a wall tapestry in my bathroom, or I don't know. I have a whole new setup and everything when I move, but I'm just like, what are we gonna do without the cursed shower curtain? Take the cats with you? I wish. I wish. I wish. I wish. I wish we could. My kids, they want another cat, and I'm just not ready. I told you I'm not emotionally ready to have a cat. I'm not emotionally ready to have a pet. Losing my cat was very traumatic for me, and so I'm not ready. But yes, I am gonna hang. I will hang the tapestry up and probably on my bathroom wall. Cause I was gonna buy some BTS posters, but then I was like, well, I'll wait till I move first to see how the layout is. Maybe put them on doors of the shower. I thought about that too, but that would be like, I just have to see how the layout is. Like, I'll probably go visit the house, probably tomorrow because like I'll be tripping because I'm like, okay, we've only been in this house about 6 times, so. Oh my God, John Reeves is here. John Reeves is a whole ass YouTuber. Like a real YouTuber, y'all. But John Reeves is very nice and very kind. He is a great, phenomenal YouTuber. He goes to tours and concerts and everything. And he is like a real YouTuber with like 100,000 subscribers. Like, a real YouTuber, not me. But thank you, John Reeves. Hello. I appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Yeah, I know. I'm a real YouTuber too. I remember when I met John Reeves in person, and I had like literally 300 subscribers, and now I have like almost 5,500. And so I remember that he did a live stream at an army event, and he put me on his live stream, and I was so flummoxed and so happy that he put me on his live stream. So I just thought I'd tell y'all like that. He's a real one, y'all. He's a real sweet guy. You're crushing it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I try. I work really, really hard. I'm working hard, y'all. I'm out here sweating in Texas. I'm working hard. But I appreciate it. Oh Lord. This tomorrow's gonna be a day. Like I said, it's supposed to be Mother's Day, but it's really not gonna be my Mother's Day. It's just gonna be like me directing the kids to go clean the garage. Clean the garage, kids. And they're like, Mom. I'm like, I thought she's a gym. Like, I try to be. Like, I've experienced phenomenal growth, but that's because I've had a few videos go viral. So, thank God for the viral videos. Yay, Did John get a smile? Did he get a smile from Namjoon in Tampa? Oh, well. Well, a smile from look. I'm gonna tell you, if one of the BTS members, when we go to my concert and you think there was him, when I go to a concert, I gotta wait all the way to August. So I've been trying not to watch any videos, anything. Like I watch things here and there, like extracurricular BTS activities, but I have not watched concert videos. I gotta wait all the way to August. I don't understand why I have to wait until August. Like it's just stupid. Like I'm just like, okay. And I understand there's other events and things, the reason why the arena wasn't ready. Okay, I get it, but I'm still upset. I'm staying away too. Gemini says she watching everything, damn it. Gemini has no chill. She's like, I'm watching everything. By the time Gemini see this damn concert, she gonna know every song, every beat. I am working so hard to stay away. These months, I agree. I think it's going to be worth it with me being surprised. So I'm trying not to watch. I watch things here and there, but I'm like, stay away, I'm trying. But anyway, so since we've chit-chatted a little bit and talked about my move, again, I'm excited to moving. Yes, I am going to Arlington. Yes, I'm going to Arlington on Sunday. We actually... Speaking of Arlington Sunday, I somehow lucked into getting 11th row tickets. So I will be in the 11th row. I predicted I might get arrested. And so I'm just, I got my bail money, my GoFundMe set up because I don't know, like when they come around and they do body to body, like as a little bit that I've seen and they come around with the flags and everything, I'm like, I don't know. I was like, and I was looking at the stadium the other day and I'm like, I'm in the 11th row. If they come around the back, I was like, I told Jennifer, she better give me lots of drink because y'all gonna pay the bail. I was like, Jennifer, if they come around behind us, I am literally gonna either faint, pass out, black out, rush one of them. I don't know. You got faith in me? I don't know. Jennifer's like, you better not. She's like, I swear to God, you better not. I'm like, okay. I'm surprised Jennifer ain't wandering here. But yes, Arlington on a Sunday, we will be there. Like they have like an army event as well that I was invited to, but I don't know if I want to go. Cause again, y'all, like I'm an extrovert. Bail money on standby. We need sure I will go to jail tonight. Like I was sure we'll go to jail tonight. Damn it. I'm ready. So I don't know. And again, I was invited to some events and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know if I'm gonna go. Like y'all talking about, we got you, girl, because I don't know what's gonna happen. This is my first time seeing BTS in concert. I saw Jin in Dallas, but this is the first. And like I said, I didn't bank on getting 11th row, considering the horrible experience that I have of me getting logged out like twice. I don't know what's gonna happen. 11th row, that's too close for me. Yes, I saw Taeyong. Taeyong stopped at the food stand and got a Mexican corn dog. I was laughing so hard. I watched that short by 10 times. I was on the ground. I was like, only Taeyong is gonna be like, hold on. Okay, while y'all walking around, let me go ahead and give me an order real quick. I was like, oh my God. I ain't know what to think. I was like, I know he did not stop and get something to eat. I said, look, and the people were all smiling. The people at the stand, they were all smiling. They were all like, I was like, how awesome is that to be working and have Kim Tae Young come to your stand and be like, can I get a corn dog? I would have. Yeah, I was dying. I was rolling. Like that made me giggle so hard last night. I was giggling. I don't know. I was giggling really, really hard. JK was like, "Where am I?" And then the other members were laughing, and I was like, "Okay." I was like, you guys are too funny. Like, you guys are too funny." So I was cracking up. Like, I was really cracking up. Um. So yeah, my BTS experience. I am excited. Please jump up in the idol parade for you. I'll be in the idol parade talking about, hey, they be like, who are you? I'm like, don't worry about it. Just let me do mine. Just let me do me. Mind your business. You know, they be like, man, what you doing? I'm like, mind your business. I'm here. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Oh my God. They be like, ma'am, call security because you are like, I don't know. But like I say that, like I said in my video where I talked about like BTS and the reaction to BTS, I said I don't know what I would do if I would meet BTS like in person. I said, knowing me, I'm like a scary introvert. So I would scream and like I remember when they did that Jimmy Kimmel episode and they surprised the fans and the lady fell on the ground and she was screaming. That would be me. I would be like, and then RM was like trying to help her up off the ground and she was just like, don't touch me. That would be me. I would be on the ground screaming. I would close my eyes and I'd be like, don't touch me. Like that's my natural reaction is to fight or flight. So I don't want to fight BTS, but my natural reaction would be to lay on the ground and scream and probably kick at them and probably be like, get away from me. Like that would be my natural reaction to situations where I feel overwhelmed, you know. And I haven't been in many of those situations very often. Like I'm thinking I've met famous people, but these are famous people I didn't like. I've met lots of celebrities, but it's famous people I didn't like. Yeah, she turned to the wall, girl. Look, girl, they was cool at the wrestling match, and Yoongi had his lucha libre mask on. Like, yeah, but yeah, I'm such an introvert. Like, I get flummoxed around like regular people, so I couldn't imagine like BTS. I would really get flummoxed. I'd really be like scared. I would be scared. I'd cry. I'd fall on the ground, I'd kick, and I'd be like, just don't touch me. And I would try to run. And so, because people be like, yeah, you see Yoongi, you're gonna be like, I was like, girl, don't do me. Y'all give me too much credit. I was like, I am one of the scariest ass, introverted ass people ever. I'm so scared. Like, I'm scared of regular people. Like, regular people talk to me and I'm like, I like get shy and quiet and want to run off. So I couldn't imagine like BTS wanting to kind of, hey, how you doing? That's how I would do, you know. Oh, Avril Lavigne, you met Avril Lavigne? So she seemed harmless. I don't care if they was 5'1". I don't care if they were little people. I don't care. I don't care if they were little people. I can't. I can't. Like my brain, I short circuit with people anyway because I'm such a hardcore introvert. And it's gotten worse over the years. Like ever since, like I used to work in an office, but since I've been working at home for 5 years, I've become much more like introverted and much more used to just not dealing with people. Like Jennifer's like, you're such a snowflake now. I am the ultimate snowflake. Like I am just kind of like, everything has to be comfortable. Everything has to be involving. Like Jennifer's whole goal is to get me out of my like seriously, like I don't even know how to describe it. It's not even introversion. It's just kind of like I used to be a whole different person before I worked there. Like I used to go out to clubs and I used to, I used to be better with people, but now I'm totally like goofy weird with people. I'm totally like, don't touch me, don't talk to me, don't, because I've worked at home. Your doctor looks like Brad Pitt. He would not be my doctor. He wouldn't be my doctor. I would get a new doctor. I would get me all my doctors are female. I couldn't handle dealing with having like a male gynecologist. I've had one male gynecologist and that was enough. No, I can't have a male gynecologist. I could anyway. I would. That's a non-safe for work conversation that I'm about to have. One day I would no. I can't have that conversation. Let's just say I had a male gynecologist and I quit that male gynecologist after like the second appointment. I was done with that. Let's just put it that way. My male gynecologist was good looking, by the way. You know what? My male gynecologist, I actually went to high school with him and I didn't know who he was. Like I showed up and then like I recognized him immediately of who it was a guy I went to school with. And so no, you don't want to have your gynecologist be some guy you went to school with. Just a word for the wise. You can't wait to see my video. I'm gonna have a whole vlog of big BTS concert, but yes, all the way August. I look. Let me tell you about. No, I can't say that. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I have a dentist. I have a dentist that is he's Vietnamese and he's my orthodontist because I have, braces. And my orthodontist is like a whole thirst trap. My orthodontist is like Vietnamese and he's like really good looking. He's like in his 40s and he's fit and he's really good looking. It's crazy. And my orthodontist, he always asks me, he's like, what K-pop concerts you been to? Like he always asks me because he knows that I go and I'm a YouTuber. And he's like, you're a YouTuber, right? Girl, baby, my fucking orthodontist looks like Kai from EXO. Like he is a good looking guy. Like he has his hair all slicked to the side and it's all coiffed. And like the nurses will tighten up my braces and then here comes my Vietnamese thirst trapping ass dentist, orthodontist that's like, well, let me see how your progress has gone. And I'm like, you don't believe I'm introverted? Nobody does, Susan. Nobody does until they meet me and they're like, oh yeah. They're like, oh yeah. What's in the cup? Banana juice. But yes, I'm a very socially phobic person. Like to be around somebody in person is very uncomfortable for me. Like I can be around people that I know, like Jennifer and my kids, and like people that my coworkers and stuff like that. But for me to be around strangers is very frightening. But yes, my regular soda. Yeah, let's say that regular soda. But yes, my orthodontist is a good-looking Vietnamese 99 bananas. There you go, Gemini. You got it right. So, but yes, my orthodontist is a guy who looks like Kai from EXO, and it's very distracting. But I don't see him for very like he just comes and checks everything out and being like, "Okay, you're doing great," and I'm like, "Okay, Kai." I'm like, "Ooh, okay." I was like, anyway. So anyway, since we've discussed that. Let's move on to my first topic of discussion, YG. So let's talk about YG, even though my video is lagging. So let's talk about YG. Okay. So YG has a new boy group. He likes to put stuff in his coffee. What? Oh, wait a minute. What? So YG has a new boy group and a girl group coming up. And there's been some pictures that have leaked of the boy group apparently at an airport, or I don't know what they were doing. I don't know. I think they were at an airport or something. And one of the guys, and they're very young, and he was really a really nice looking young man, really nice looking. So that kind of leaked online. And then they have caught hell from the fans, YG has, because of how young their trainees are. So for those of you who don't know, the YG trainees are very young. The male ones and the female ones, they're very young. Okay, y'all. Very, very young. I think the youngest one, I think she's like 14 in the girl group. So I have a boy group and a girl group coming out. And so it's just it's they've received a lot of a lot of flack because of it. And so that's what's been going on. People have been criticizing YG as having children. And I saw the trainees allegedly out, and the male trainees looked very young. Like they look like my sons. My son is 16. And they look very, very young. Very nice looking, but very young. So people have been criticizing YG over that, about the young. But yes, YG is trying to do a boy group and a girl group. Now, how many members are in this boy group? I think there's 5 or 6. And the new girl group, there's 4. Now, this new girl group has been talked about for over a year now. I've been talking about it. And, they just, and like I said, the youngest trainee, I think she started when she was 12. Y'all know how I feel about young people in this industry. I don't think that anyone under the age of 17 should be in the music and the entertainment industry. That's how I feel. There's a lot of reasons why I don't think that K-pop trainees should be 12, 11, 12. I have a 12-year-old, okay? I have a very mature 12-year-old. I could not imagine in my wildest dreams having my 12-year-old daughter being sent off to be a K-pop trainee. Like, that is inconceivable to me, or the idea of that. But yeah, YG has caught in a lot of flack. They've caught in a lot of hell because of that. But yeah, she's been like, I have heard with SM and YG that they have been out there getting trainees as young as 9 and 10 years old, y'all. Like, I keep hearing this over and over again. People have told me in the industry that yes, they're out here courting trainees 9, 10 years old. I thought somebody lost their mind. They're getting younger and younger. 12 is too young. Yes, Daphne. My daughter's 12. I told my daughter, I said, can you imagine me sending you off to be the K-pop trainee? My daughter was like, mama, like, she couldn't imagine being sent off at 12. A young lady. Now, sending a boy off is bad enough at 12. I couldn't imagine sending my son at 16 off. But much less my daughter. There's no way. Wasn't G-Dragon? Yes. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you guys don't know the story of G-Dragon, please go. I may do a video about it. I'll probably do a video. But please find a video. G-Dragon has been in the industry since he was 5 years old. His mother was the consummate stage mother. His mother had him dancing and training and rapping at 5 years old. She had tried hard to break her son into the industry since he was 4 or 5 years old. It is disturbing, the things that G-Dragon have went through in his whole entire career. It is heartbreaking, the things that he has experienced at the hands of his own mother, that he has kind of touched about and talked about in his songs. But yes, his mother was the consummate stage parent. And so I didn't know this about G-Dragon until 2 years ago. I had no idea that he had been performing since he was like 5. He was a little kid. That he was out performing in hip-hop groups and rap groups and dance groups since he was 5 years old. Like, his mother really pushed him out there. Hello, Baddie. Yes, G-Dragon has been through a lot. He's been through a lot through the industry at the hands of people that he trusted. He has been betrayed by friends. G-Dragon was almost like a child prodigy. Like, that just gone horribly, horribly wrong. Like, he knew how to sing and dance and rap and write and all of these things and worked very, very hard. And it just, he was manipulated a lot by people in the industry, including Daddy YG. As much as respect y'all know I have for Daddy YG, because we wouldn't have K-pop without Daddy YG. But I do acknowledge that Daddy YG is problematic. But yeah, YG is problematic, period. It's just, I mean, having trainees at the age of 10 or 11 is just too young. It's too young. Yeah, G-Dragon was a trainee for a long time. Too young to see the things in the business. And I have to tell y'all over and over again, it is advantageous to be in one of the big 4 companies, but y'all got to think about all the other young people that are in smaller agencies and smaller companies that are unscrupulous people. These people don't mean these kids no good. I keep telling y'all this, that there are over, I think, 143 K-pop agencies operating in South Korea. And so these are agencies sometimes we have never heard of, that never get the light of day, that just agencies we've just never heard of. And so there's a bunch of, and I told people, and I've told people again, I need to do a whole video about this. A lot of these agencies are formed on a wish and a prayer, in a way, really in a scheme. I keep telling y'all that a lot of these small agencies are just like, the reason why y'all see all these small agencies going under and things like that is because they are formed as a way to get rich. Some people look at these agencies as a get rich quick scheme for them and they can. So them and their sister, their brother, them, their mama will be working for these agencies. And then with the government introducing like tax breaks and tax incentives and loans and stuff for people who get into the entertainment industry, these people need sometimes mean these kids no good. And I'm not saying this happens in YG because they're a big industry, but I'm just saying that all these young people who are trying to get into the industry, that these small agencies, they don't mean these young people no good. So, and then the parents, again, just like in America, you have stage parents in Korea just like you have in America. It's the same thing, same hustle, different country. Yeah, the parents are greedy. They are. The parents are greedy. They're greedy. A lot of these parents are greedy. Or a lot of these parents used to be in the industry or wanted to be in the industry and they couldn't cut it or they didn't make it. So they're kind of like living through their children, just like they do here in America. You have professional stage parents. And these parents sometimes are some of the most unscrupulous, uncouth people, just like in America. And they're basically using their kids um, to secure their future. I told y'all before, there is an idol that came out recently. Lord have mercy. I forgot his name. Anyway, there's an idol that recently his father has came out and said some public remarks saying that he was going to disown him and his siblings because the dad felt like his son is a K-pop star. I forgot who it was. He felt like his son is a K-pop star and his son is not supporting him because the parents went through a divorce and I guess the son tried to stay neutral. Y'all don't understand. This kid was on stage crying. Like he was on stage, they performed. He was crying. Nothing to do with the performance, but everything that his dad was saying online and everything. I mean, his dad basically like, I forgot, y'all may be able to find the dude's name. It was an idol that I wasn't familiar with, a smaller group. But his dad basically badmouthed him and said a lot of horrible things about him. It was horrible. I mean, his dad went to social media and was like, I disown my children. It was just horrible. It was a horrible thing for a parent to say. He was mad because he said he didn't think his son and his other kids were supporting him, and even the mother, even the mom, the mom even his social media post and was like, "Leave our kids out of this. Like this has nothing to do with our children." The dad apparently is bitter and angry because they've been going through a divorce for a while. And I maybe, and again, we don't know the details. Maybe he felt like the kids didn't take his side enough, or but the dad just said that he felt like his son and didn't support him enough. And we all know a lot of times you can read between the lines what that really means. That usually means money. It really means money. So when a lot of times these parents say that, and like I said, I've talked about Shindong from Super Junior, who said he hasn't talked to his parents in like over 10 years. He said he don't F with his parents. A lot of idols do not talk to their parents anymore because their parents, like Shindong from Super Junior, talked about him giving his parents money and them taking the money and gambling it, them investing in unscrupulous businesses, that he got tired of just giving his parents money all the time and they would take the money and blow it. They would take the money and gamble the money away, poor investments, set up businesses. And so you have a lot of people that don't talk to their siblings, their parents, or whatever. A little Tay and her, a little Tay, who's little Tay and her parents? Who's that? And it happens in the American industry as well. You have a bunch of singers that don't that their whole entire families are just not are greedy people. And they feel like, oh, well, you're famous, you made it, now you owe me something. And so it's hard, but it's harder when it's your parents. You know, your siblings is one thing, but then your parents, it's kind of something else. But it happens, it just happens. And so to have such somebody so young as a trainee, I will never support that. I don't support idols being under the age of 17, 18 because they don't have agency enough to determine their contracts, to determine their money situation. Their parents are being tasked with overlooking their money situation. And sometimes I'm not saying all the parents are malicious. Sometimes the parents just don't know. Sometimes the parents are just ignorant. They think they're signing a good deal. They think they're doing something right. And then sometimes the parents they just don't know. They just like, oh, I think this is good for you, and telling their kid that because they see the dollar signs and they're not business savvy. Oh, she's an influencer. She got wait. She's an influencer in some ways. Got famous having a month in her what personality? What is SHDS kind of personality? What does that mean? Oh, what does that mean? But yeah, sometimes people's parents mean well, but they just don't know what they think they know what they're doing, but then they don't. Oh, they were milking. Oh, they were milking her. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, sometimes people think that they're doing the right thing by their children and then they're not. So not all the parents are unscrupulous. But a lot of times, a lot of K-pop singers don't talk to their parents. But yes, YG has gotten flack for hiring younger trainees because, again, at that age, you can't sign a contract. You know, they want to get the most out of them before military service, or in the ladies' instance, they want to get the most out of them while they're young. Oh, a mouth on her. Sorry, that's okay. And for the young ladies who have a shorter shelf life, we should all know by now that being a female K-pop idol means you have a shorter shelf life than the males do. That they only have a certain amount of time before they're expected in Korean culture to kind of move on to something else, or get married, have kids, and be out the industry. So yeah, so it's hard. I'm glad. I have to say that I'm glad that Blackpink, all four of the members are going to turn this on its end. All four of the members have their own independent companies. They're doing their things with Blackpink, and they're going to turn this thing on its end about being a female artist and then hitting 30 years old and you all suddenly don't have a career. I think that Blackpink, once they hit 30, they will still have a career. I think they will defy the odds and still have a career. And so hopefully they can pave the way for other female artists, showing that they can. And speaking of Blackpink, let me add this in here. It said that Jennie last year that she made like 16 to $20 million last year off of her independent agency. That she made anywhere from 16 to $20 million. So she did do right by all of them by going independent. They have made more money going independent than they would with YG. Because YG gonna take money off the top, right? YG gonna take money off the top. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I was wiping my face. Here's the face wipes that I use, by the way, y'all. Let me see. Here's the face wipes that I use. It has like a little chain that you can travel around with you. But these are the face wipes. And then I use witch hazel, just regular witch hazel, Dickinson, to wipe my face as I get prepared. But yeah, Jennie has made more money, so she good. She good. Keeping her money. And this is a face scrub. Is this Korean? I believe this is made in Korea. This is a face scrub that I use, one of many. Right now, as the temperature gets hotter, I'm not really a sweater, but not a sweater like bird sweater, but like I don't sweat a lot. But when I'm out in the heat, it just pools underneath my skin. I have heat rashes, like I get heat rashes. So does my son. And my daughter doesn't. My daughter sweats, but we don't sweat like normal people. And so it'll get underneath my skin and I'll have breakouts and all kinds of things. So right now I'm going through like a breakout period that I have to use like topical creams that dry out my skin and mess up my skin. I'm a skin person, y'all. I put a lot of effort into skin. But anyway, so I think Jenny and Jisoo and all of the rest have done a lot with their independent labels. I think they've done good that way. But these young people that YG and SM are trying to hire, I just don't know. So that's what's going on with YG and SM. So be prepared because their groups are supposed to debut, I believe later this year. And so I'm interested to see what they're going to do. A lot of the fans have reservations regarding YG because of how they've handled Blackpink, how they've handled Baby Monster, how they've handled Treasure. Speaking of Baby Monster got a new song out. Have you guys heard the new Baby Monster song? I watched the video and heard the song, and I was not impressed because, you know, again, Teddy is not there at YG. So I was not impressed with the song. I just wasn't. They have a new song called Chum, which is dance, means dance. I saw the video, and the song sounded old. The song, I am so sick of female groups at YG getting songs that sound like Blackpink B-sides. I mean, I'm just going to keep it real. Chum sounds like a Blackpink B-side, unfortunately. You know, I'm no shade to them, but I'm just saying it sounded like a Blackpink B-side. It sounded old. It sounded dated. You know, it sounded like a Blackpink B-side, y'all. I'm sorry. But I just call it like it is, and it just did not sound like a song that was modern. It sounded like an old song. You know, you don't listen to a lot of Blackpink. I like Blackpink. You know, I'm a casual Blink. I don't listen to Baby Monster either, but I was just curious about what kind of song that they were doing. And I heard that song and I was like, oh, ladies, I'm like, that's not it. I was like, this what y'all doing? So if y'all ever get a chance, go watch the music video. You know, go and listen to the song. You will be like, you will hear what I'm telling you. You will be like, yeah, this sounds like an old song from 2016. And then they were saying because they don't have Teddy anymore. But you know, in my mind, if you have an agency, one producer shouldn't be doing all of your songs anyway. That's how I feel. You know, one person shouldn't be doing all of the songs and doing all of the things. You got to have some variety of vision and musicality. And to me, YG relied upon Teddy way too much, you know. And I think that like them relying upon Teddy to do all of their songs and YG produced this song, honey. And to me, it just they relied too much on Teddy. You know. Yeah, I'm not a girl group fan either way. You know, but I just think that like when you rely upon one person to do all of your songs, it just stifles your creativity. And then you can just tell. Like that song is just I'm like, with all due respect to Daddy YG, y'all know I respect Daddy YG. But, you know, it's just that song ain't it, honey. That the music video ain't it. The song ain't it. I love Kwasa. I love her new song. It sounds like a grown up adult kind of songs. Like I like Kwasa. She first of all, she's gorgeous. Second of all, her song's great. But yeah, I can't stand the fact that YG has leaned on Teddy as a crutch for too long. And you can so without him, now you can tell that like, okay, they need to get some new producers. They need to get some new people there. That's all I got to say about that. But enough about YG. Let's moving right along. So the next story I want to talk about that had me giggling and kikiing and caw. Have you guys heard the story about the Japanese idol that is on the run? Now, this story had me tripping the fuck out. Like I'm not gonna lie. This story what had me laughing, had me concerned, and had me kind of weirded out all at the same time. I've read 6 or 7 different articles about this story. So apparently, there is this guy who's a Japanese national. Okay. He came to Korea. He made the cut of a boy band. I don't know what boy band it is because they have not said the name. I don't know what agency it is. They have not said a name. But apparently this dude, I don't know how old this dude, I don't know the guy's name, anything. All I know is that he comes from Japan. So apparently he made the cut. Okay. And then the boy band had filmed photography and a music video and all kinds of stuff. And they were set to debut February of this year. They did debut February this year. But by around December, said guy, trainee, disappeared. He left a cryptic text messages saying something to the effect of you broke your trust or you broke your promise or something to the agency. And he disappeared in December. That was December 2025. So the agency tried to find this dude on his own. So they tried to find him. They kind of let it go because they assumed that maybe he took off and went back to Japan. But then they found out that while he was training with them, he had actually signed a deal with another agency. So this agency was mad, okay? They were mad that this dude was behind the scenes doing some shady kind of stuff. He had signed with another agency, but apparently that agency that he signed with didn't know he was already signed with an agency, and they have since dropped him because they haven't heard. Apparently, they haven't heard from him either. So the agency contacted his parents in Japan. They said allegedly that they have not heard from him either, and they didn't know where he's at. So now he is subject to a travel ban. So this agency is trying to find him, and then they contacted the authorities, and that's how this story got out. So they contacted the Metropolitan Police, and this story got out. And so they're still trying to find this dude. And apparently there's evidence that came out recently that this guy has done this before. That a couple of years ago he signed with an agency and didn't show up and whatever. This band, this group has debuted. Apparently they were 6 members, but now they've debuted as 5. And they debuted in February. We were all trying to look online, trying to narrow it down, like who this may be. I have to do some more investigation to see who debuted around February and see if there's any information as to who this idol may be. But yes, after going through all that training and everything, he has disappeared. So the agency is saying that he owes them like $32,000, possibly more, for the money that they invested in his career, the travel costs, the photography, the dorm. They said he owed them like $32,000 or even more. And they have not heard from him. And they assume that he is still in the country, that he has not fled to Japan. And so this is one of the craziest stories I have ever heard. I've never heard of anybody about to debut with a group and then all suddenly just getting ghosts. And so the question is, y'all, I pose to y'all, so what happened? Why did he write that message saying you were broken the trust or whatever? And so and then the other question is, he had to be with somebody hiding him. Because for him to be gone like this, I'm assuming that he has help, you know. So I don't know. So the question is, where is this idol at? Yeah, maybe he had a girlfriend. That's what I thought too. I said he probably got a girlfriend or somebody hiding him. So this is the story that piqued my interest this week. And I'm like, wait a minute. He gone. I was like, he gone, honey. And then, like I said, the shroud of secrecy around, nobody knows the agency, nobody knows nothing. You know, and I'm just like, ain't nobody know what the agency's name is? No. Ain't nobody out. Oh, like, man. So the question is, y'all, what happened to him? Why did he leave? Why did he take off and leave? Why did he say that there was a breach of trust? Was the agency treating him bad? And that's why he left. Some of us have talked about it on my Patreon. We were like, well, maybe he left because he was being treated bad. It had to be something for him to up and leave and disappear. And then some people online were sitting there saying that, are we sure he disappeared? They was like, are we sure he's still alive? And then his parents said he hadn't heard from him. I'm like, I throw a side eye about that. I think his parents are lying. That's just my opinion. I think his parents have heard from him, and I think his parents may know where he's at. Like, but yeah, who is hiding him? Where is he hiding, and why? I have never heard a story like this I went back and looked in all of K-pop. I've never heard of somebody fixing. So you mean to tell me you didn't train this hard, you didn't did all of these things, and you finna debut, and you take off in December, and it's May, and you haven't been heard from since. I was like, how does that even happen? Do you know his age? No. We don't know his name, his age, or nothing. That's all I said. His age would give us a real good clue. Because if he was like in his early 20s, I could see him taking off. I could see that. But if he's really, really young, then I'm just like, but yeah, they're saying that Korea is going to ban him. If they find him, he is going to be deported back to Japan and he's going to be banned from coming here and trying to be an idol. But I find it curious that this is not his first time doing something like this. That people have said that he's done things like this before. So again, I don't understand why he would want to be an idol if he's just going to take off and run anytime things don't go his way. I don't know. And I know that's what somebody said. Somebody said this sounds like a K-drama. It do, because I'm like, well, why did he leave? What happened? Like, what did they do to breach his trust? Why did he feel like taking off? And then somebody said he was taking off because he didn't want to pay her that money. And I said, there you go. He didn't want to pay that money, honey. He did. I don't think he wanted to pay that money because he knows he's going to owe money. And it do sound like a drama. Somebody was like, is this real? This is a real story. This is a real story. And like I said, in all of K-pop, I've never heard anything like this. This will be my first. I've never heard a story like this. And I've heard a lot of shit in K-pop, but I ain't never heard nobody taking off before they debut. Usually people are excited that they debut. Usually people want to debut. So what happened? I don't know. It's a very bizarre, and I will keep tabs on it, but it is a very odd story. I've never heard anything like this. Like, this is a very odd story. I've never heard any story. I asked around, has anybody heard it? They're like, no, nobody taking off and leaving. Something happened to this young man. And I just don't know what. And it's a mystery. And so I'm going to stay on top of it, y'all, to try to see if he shows up or they finally deport him. Or what his name, what group was it? What agency? We don't know. Like, I've tried to look it up. I've looked and I've researched and I can't. There's whispers. What agency we from? We don't know. They have not released the name. And I've looked online and people didn't know either. People are like, I don't know. I'm trying to pinpoint the group. I'm going to go do some more research tonight after this live stream to see which groups debuted in February or March and see if we can kind of like narrow it down. Because I honestly don't know. So it is odd. It's a very strange story. I've never heard of anything happening like this. And what agency? I'm assuming it's not one of the big four. That's all we do know. It's a smaller agency. And what they did to him or why he took off, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm gonna keep searching, y'all. I'm gonna try to see if I can narrow it down to a few groups. Because in K-pop, groups debut all the time. There's at least 5 or 6 boy groups that debut every month. And so it's just process of elimination, like going online and social media and searching which groups are supposed to debut 6 and then also only down to 5. I'm sure that's not too hard to find, if people want to find out. So I'll try. I'll do some digging tonight when I have time. We'll do some digging tonight. We'll see what happens. We'll do some digging and see what happens. But yeah. You found a group called Hearts Wave, pronounced Heart Waves. I don't know. I have no idea what group it is. Maybe it's one of those scam agencies. Maybe they were treating him really bad and he decided to leave. Maybe so. I that's the only thing I could think of. Maybe it was that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. I got my face clean. My face feels so clean, 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 and scrubbed. you know. Yeah, he's Japanese, so it shouldn't be too hard to a process of elimination. Like, because again, they said that he was slated to debut with the group, so I'm sure there's some kind of social media post or photography. They said they had already filmed a music video, that they had to go back and refilm the music video and edit him out of it. So, there you go. So it's just weird. Like I said, it's just very, very, very odd story. And so I don't know. I don't know. But old dude took off. That's all I know. So I just thought I'd put that story out there because some people hadn't heard it, some people hadn't read it, and it's just one of these odd things that happen in K-pop that people don't talk about. I talk about K-pop all the time. All the stories that I read all the time. Like I read story after story after story. And some of the stories I just gloss over because it doesn't really have anything to do with anything I'm interested in. And some of the stories are just mundane. But I tell people that the stories, I tell people, I beat this dead horse over and over again. I said, I don't know. I've said this over and over again, even in videos. I don't know what industry people are looking at. Because when I look at the K-pop industry, there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on in the K-pop industry, y'all. There is crazy shit that nobody talks about. Like this story, nobody's talked about this story. I haven't seen anybody do any videos about this story. I haven't seen anyone talk about this. I'm the only person who talked about this story. There is a lot of crazy, skivvy shit that goes on in the K-pop industry. I posted a story on my Patreon about the chick that was drunk, and I think she was out in Hyundai, and she was drunk, passed out. They had a picture of her, and like her ear, part of her ear got cut off. Like I'm like, what? And I posted a story on my Patreon because I'm like, part of her ear got cut off. I'm like, wait a minute. She was out partying and got drunk, passed out, and woke up the next day bleeding, blood, and she found out that like somebody had cut off, she had lost part of her ear. Like either somebody cut it off, she don't even remember what happened. And so they were trying to get the CCTV and go back and try to see who did it and what happened. They're still investigating it. Well, yeah, part of her ear got cut off. Like she was out drinking at clubs and she lost part of her ear. Like somebody cut part of her ear off. Like, hello, happy Mother's Day. Hello. But yeah, so there are things that happen in K-pop that just baffle my mind, that why people think that this industry is innocent or conservative when I'm literally reading stories every day about idols saying racist shit. I plan to do a video about the Rise situation. Idols saying racist stuff. Idols wearing racist stuff. The shit with G-Dragon. Idols out here cussing and swearing. Idols from second and third generation caught in all kinds of baby mama sex scandals. So I was like, I don't know what industry y'all are looking at. People like K-pop's conservative. My mind is always where is it conservative at? Because I literally read a story every day or every other day that is something strange. Like somebody comes out, like this lady came out, she was a K-pop singer, like in the third generation. And she came out and was sitting there and she like revealed a bunch of shit on her YouTube channel about how her group mate was like having sex with the CEO. So I'll be like, what industry are y'all I'm like, what industry are you guys looking at to where y'all think that these idols are innocent? Because again, when I got old girl on YouTube talking about, yeah, her group mate got favors from the CEO because basically she was kissing up to the CEO. She probably was sleeping with him. And then she was getting favors and she was getting picked first. She was getting put out first. And this chick was like, yeah, this happens in the industry all the time. The CEO or the management have a favorite, especially with girl groups. They have a favorite that they latch on to. And the girl uses, sometimes the girls or girl use that to their advantage. So they will date the CEO. They will sleep with the CEO. I've said all this stuff before. I was like, there are girls in girl groups that are sleeping with their managers, because they can get special favors. Or flirting with the CEO or promising the CEO. She was like, yeah, this happens all the time. She said the K-pop industry is full of sugar daddies. And I'm like, finally somebody said it. I'm like, yeah, that's a real thing. Like, y'all, that's a real thing that goes on with the girl groups. Is that, yes, there are female idols out here flirting and sleeping with the CEOs, regardless of whether they married or not. in order to get favorable treatment in the group, in order to get better branding deals, in order to get pushed. Y'all, this happens. And people were shocked. I was like, why are y'all shocked when she ain't the only person that said stuff like this? This stuff has been going on for years. It's going on in America, it goes on in Korea. So I'm like, y'all think these girl group members are innocent? Honey, they're catty. She was saying that the girl groups that she was a part of, that nobody liked each other, that girls was sabotaging each other, that girls was talking about each other behind their back, like girls was trying to get girls kicked from the group. Like it was a bunch of like backbiting and just people stabbing each other in the back, jealousies, competition. I'm like, this can not all groups get along in like this cohesive, harmonious thing. There's a lot of shady shit that goes on between the idols themselves in the group and between other ones in management. There are plenty of idols that have come out within like the past couple of years I've been reading about them feeling like they were slighted by the agency or the management for whatever reason, you know. About yeah, I did. I did. I did fifth gate. I did. I have a video coming out about the Rise situation. My Korean friends is like that. That's a derogatory. I've heard the word before. It is a derogatory word. And I told people, regardless of whether people think it's not necessarily a racial slur or not, it is like the term is a derogatory term because it is a derogatory term for somebody with dark skin. So I told people, regardless of whether people think I don't think it's the Korean version of the N word. I would say that's a bit harsh. I don't think there's really an equivalent in the Korean language. But kamdungi is a bad word. Like you say it to Koreans and they like, it is a derogatory term for somebody with dark skin. It is a not endearing term. It is a colorist word. It's like calling someone blue black. It's like calling someone darky. That's basically what it's equivalent to. It is not really a racial slur because Koreans, they don't really have racial slurs like that, you know, lessons for Southeast Asians. But that is a derogatory term for somebody with black skin. It's not saying, oh, this person, look at my skin, I look like an ebony prince. No, it's not that. Kamdogi means muddled. Like the origin of the word is a term, it's a negative term for a dark-skinned person, animal. It's a color. At its best, it's a colorist word. It's a term that even Filipinos know. Like you ask Filipinos, they know that, they know what that means too, because they've been called it. If you ask Vietnamese people from Vietnam, they know what that term is too because they've been called it. It's like calling somebody, you know, it's like saying that, oh, look at that person, they really, really black. Like in a bad way. There's nothing good about that term. There's nothing nice about that term. There's nothing. I've asked them. I've heard that term before. I've had someone use that term on me before about my skin color, and it was used in a derogatory, mean-spirited way. It wasn't like, look at your pretty brown skin, or your skin is such a brown. There's another term for that in Korea when you're talking about brown skin and it's beautiful. That's another term. But kamdungi is not. You say that to Koreans and they'll look at you like, who used that term? I have personal experience with that term. That somebody has said that to me. That they don't like girls. Basically, they were saying, I don't like girls as dark as you. That's basically what the translation. Because your black skin is too black. It's not attractive. It is a derogatory term for a dark skin. I don't care how these people try to spin it. I'm like, nah, nah, it's not saying you're black and beautiful. It's saying you are a dark mudblood. It's like saying, oh, a little blackie. And when anybody in America would be like, wait, what? You know, it is. It's like calling somebody a tan. Like in Korea, but the Koreans I know are like, it's a derogatory term. It's not. No, you can't convince me because the Koreans I know, they're like, nah, it's not something but it's not saying tan. There's another word in Korean for tan. Kamdungi is not tan. I don't know where you getting there. It's not. It's that's not it. That I asked Koreans. They was like, nah, that's kind. And it's not a term that Koreans would say out in public. That's another thing. That's another thing my friends told me. It is not a term that Koreans would say in public. It's something that you would use only with friends and family. It is not a term that you would say out in public. So that's my question to you, fifth grade. Is it a term that Koreans would use for other people, or was the term that y'all would use between each other as family? So people were quite shocked that he would even use that term out in public. I think that's my other issue as well. It's not really a public term that somebody would put underneath a caption in a picture. That's what I'm saying. That's my question to you, fifth grade. Is kamdungi, is it a term that Koreans would use out in public? That's all I need to know. Because once somebody was like, no, that's not a term. I know, but I understand that. But is it a term that Koreans would use out in public? That's my thing. That's my only argument. I'm not saying using a relationship as adults. I'm saying, is it a term that Koreans would put on a post and use out in public? That's what I'm saying. That's my point. That's my whole entire point. That's what I said. I said, well, is this a term to Korean? And then my friends was like, no, Koreans would use this term within your family. It wouldn't be something that you would use and put out there on a picture, especially as an idol in public. Not in relation to whether it's used with adults or kids or anything. Yes, among friends, it's okay. Family, yes, it is not a term. My Korean friends is like, this is not a term that you would use in public, especially being an idol. It's not a term that you would use in public. It's something that you would use amongst friends, amongst family, amongst people you know. My friends were like, there is no way in hell. They were saying that they would use this term like on their social media. That this is not an approach. And they said Koreans know that. Like, this is not a term that you would use out in the public. That's how I know it's a different type of term than just something that you would just normally say to somebody else, and normally say that. And then the whole term, the whole idea of being tanned and being a rascal is kind of like a baited thing. With the whole meaning of the term is a baited thing within Korean culture as well. Yeah, it's even with his bubble subscribers. That's not something I'm talking about with family and friends. The bubble, the subscribers on his bubble is not family and friends, and everybody should know that. It's not a familial type of thing. Nobody can convince me that the terms that you use with fans is going to be that as the ones that you would use with your family and friends. I know Koreans. There's no way that you would use that in a public sphere, in a public circle. Bubble is a public thing. And then on top of that, after this incident happened on Weverse, some of the Rise fans were in turn posting racist things to Black people. That's what they were saying. But there are other people on Bubble besides just Koreans. It is a public space. It's not like, okay, we're talking to people and it's just Koreans. Bubble is used by other people in other cultures as well. So yeah, it's not just him having an intimate conversation with his family and friends. Everybody on Weverse know that. Even when BTS or any other group gets on social media or anything like that, they understand that they are talking to the public. They understand that, like, okay, we're talking to a diverse audience of people. It's not just Koreans on Bubble. That's how this got out, So don't tell me that's how Koreans see Bubble. It's not. He's an idol. He always has to be aware of, like, okay, other people are going to be reading this. And I'm not saying that he knew. He probably didn't know, I'm not saying he used it in a derogatory way to himself. He said it in a picture talking about himself. But again, the term, I can look it up. the term of the word, the origins of that word is not it's a baited word. So we're gonna talk about the origins of that particular word and where it comes. Yeah, I know it's an app. I know it's an app. It's the same app, but then people on Weverse writing racist things because people were offended. So that in my video coming up, I talk about that as well. Right, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, lie, right. Yeah, it's like, right, exactly. But again, I have never heard anyone ever in my experience use this word, especially around foreigners. I have never heard that. People are like, nah. Like I've never heard anyone use that word around foreigners. Like period. Like at all. Like at all. Yeah, like I've never heard anyone use that word around foreigners. It is something. It refers to a person with very dark or tan skin. It derives from the word kamda, which means to be black. It is the usage is controversial and highly dependent on context, often sparking debates of racism. It can be used as an affectionate way, and it also can be used as a derogatory slur, and it is considered outdated, offensive, and a racist term used by many, often to look down on dark people, including black people and Southeast Asian immigrants. It is a term that has been used as Southeast Asian immigrants, period. Like even my Southeast Asian people are like, that's a horrible, and that it is an old term. It's not something that people would normally use, And like I said, there's been other idols, and some Koreans argue that it can be cutesy, but is largely considered improper and offensive, particularly by younger generations who are more aware of the derogatory implications. It is an old school word that usually young people, especially his age, do not use. There you go. Yeah, you're in a... Yes, they say it in the Philippines. Yes, even my Filipino friends are like, that's a derogatory word that people shouldn't people throw away and use. No, you're not going to convince me because again, I know the word. I know Koreans who are telling me, no, that's not the kind of word you would use out in public. You would use this as an affectionate word between parents and child or siblings. It is not a word that you would in particular use out in public on social media, whether it be Facebook, Weverse, Bubble, or whatever. And because of this, the backlash has been now people online posting racist pictures online to try to cover up for that. So again, I've said it before and I've said it again and I'm going to say it in my video. I don't agree with people of color being in these particular spaces, these fan groups online. I don't agree with it. I will say it over and over again. I'm not in any fan spaces, but this has caused a domino effect in what has happened. And yes, the Rise guy has apologized and stuff like that. But people will make any excuses for K-pop idols that in normal life, if somebody on the street who wasn't a K-pop idol would say that about themselves in my presence, most Korean people I know would freeze and look at me and be like, wait a minute, bro, that's not cool. In mixed company, when you are on Bubble, that is basically social media. It's the same thing as being on Weverse, Instagram, or anything else. It is not a private chat room, Yeah, you're not in a private chat room. I don't agree with Tom Sawyer is racist too. What are you talking about? Tom Sawyer was written in the 1800s. It was not written today. The language used in Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer, which I'm very familiar with, is not the terms in that book that would never fly today. It was written over 100 years ago. It is an old book, and that's how people talk a long time ago. It doesn't translate over to today. It doesn't fly. They were saying the N-word in Huckleberry Finn. They don't even read it in schools anymore. There's terms and things that are said that that would never fly in 2026. It's an old book. There's no analogy there because nobody talks like that anymore. Nobody sounds like a Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer book anymore. Nobody. I don't know what Shin Chan is. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm just saying that third parties are posting bad stuff. It's not the artist's fault. But what I'm saying is that this has had a domino effect, and that's what my video is talking about, a domino effect. I'm not saying I'm not blaming him for what has happened with the third party people, but what I'm saying is, again, my concentration is always on the fandoms. That is my purview. That's what concentration is. If you are in a fandom and people are posting pictures of Black people picking cotton because you got offended by a Korean word, instead of people having a dialogue and talking about it, and that's the reaction, I wouldn't be in that fandom. I will ask them. I will ask them that, but I'm just saying that this has caused, my thing about it is to look at the big picture overall. I'm just saying that if he wasn't an idol, people would not be defending this. This is Hybe. I'm not here to defend no idol. If BTS says some shit like that, I would be like, wait a minute, what? I'm like, hold up, what? Like, wait a minute, Yeah, they always make excuses instead of understanding that your industry is a cultural industry. You're not just talking to Koreans. That's what makes me angry. You are not just in Bubble talking to Koreans. Everybody in Bubble, all of the artists, all the fans, know damn well that they're not just Koreans in Bubble. It's just like saying Weverse is just Koreans. It's not. Weverse and these platforms, whether it be Instagram, you understand that your fan base, or you should, is not just Koreans. It's not just Koreans. So you got to understand that, like, if I say certain things, okay, is that going to be misconstrued? Like, oh God, maybe I shouldn't say that. And to use an old term that is a 50, 60-year-old term is just odd anyway. But to sit there and say that Bubble is like talking to friends, okay, so that's a term you would say around. My question is, would that term be used around foreigners? Because Bubble is full of foreigners. There's not just Koreans in Bubble. I'm not a Rise fan either. I don't know who that YouTuber is. Never heard of him. I'm not in K-pop YouTuber spaces or whatever. But my point is that it wouldn't unless they friends, right? But would you as a Korean use that term around people who weren't Korean? That's my litmus test. Even if they were friends. Like I said, my Korean friends is like, they wouldn't use that term around a foreigner, especially somebody who's Black or Southeast Asian. Because Southeast Asians, they know that term very well. So my question is, as a Korean, would you use that term around people who weren't Korean? No, I'm just saying, if you're using around a friend, I'm not saying, yes, you're talking about yourself or your nephew or something like that. My question is that from the Koreans that I know, they were like, no, I probably wouldn't use that term around foreigners, and especially around Southeast Asians or dark-skinned foreigners. That's what I heard. If you would want to use that term around their friend, that's on you. But for the Koreans that I know, they were like, they understand that it could be taken as that you may not mean it in a derogatory term about yourself or about your nephew or whoever, but they understand that that term can be translated and misconstrued as a derogatory term. So they were like, that's why I wouldn't use it around foreigners, because they wouldn't understand. They would think that this term was an anti-dark skin term, Right. Exactly. It's like a boomer term. It is a boomer term. Yes. That's what I'm saying. It is a boomer term. So yes, it's going to get misconstrued. It'd be like I said, it'd be like me using the word Oriental. Like, nobody uses the word Oriental to describe Asian people. It is it can be considered racist by Asians. Period. People are like, Oriental, what? It wasn't a term that I would ever use privately, but it sure in the hell wouldn't be a term that I would use around Asians. So my litmus test is, if it's a term that you normally wouldn't use around people that you don't know, because again, these people in bubble are not people that are your friends that understand you and understand this particular artist. You understand as an artist, he is not a regular person, that you are in bubble and you're conversing and putting a message out to people that you don't know. These people are not your friends. These people are foreigners. These people are strangers. These people may not know the context that you're using because they are not Korean. So again, that needs media training, because again, you have to understand, okay, I'm not sitting around a bunch of Korean. There are things that I would say around African American people that I probably wouldn't say around everybody else. But I understand when I get on social media, I can't talk. I understand that like, okay, I have an audience. I'm a content creator. I have people of different races. Why would I sit there and say a black slang word around people that they're, number one, they're probably not going to get it. And number two, they're not going to understand. And they might misconstrue it, because I understand that, like, I am a content creator. I'm not an individual person sitting around text messaging or cacao messaging my friends. That is a different vibe. That is a different thing. You know, yes, yes, yes. It is a discrimination, not against black people, but against dark-skinned people as well, whether they be Filipino, whether they be Vietnamese, whether they be Cambodia, Thai. They all have gotten the ire of the colorism thing. And that's what I'm saying. So it's not just black people, but yeah, it's Southeast Asians as well. And then considering the big thing that happened with Southeast Asians recently, I would think that a person would choose their words a bit carefully. Right. Oh, hi, Shelly. Shelly Thompson is here. We are talking about the thing with Rise. And like I said, I have a video coming about it. But again, in my mind, speaking of, like, the idea that you're going to bubble and you're speaking to friends is the most baseless argument, the dumbest argument, I'm sorry, I've ever heard. And all the idols know that when they get on their social media, when they get on Weverse, that they are talking to the public, that they are not talking to friends. To sit here and think and say that he thought he was talking to friends, we don't know that. All I know is that as an idol, he understands that he is talking to his fans. These are not best friends. These are not confidants. These are not people that he knows. He's talking to his fans, his audience. This is not an intimate, familial conversation. I know the difference between Koreans talking to fans and Koreans talking to their friends and family. It is a whole different tone and conversation. It's different terms that you use when talking to your family and then talking to your fans. To sit here and say that the people on Bubble is his friends, okay, come on now. Like that's a stretch for me. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's two different things. You are an idol talking to your fans a lot. Oh, we're talking about yeah, you're did you go to the BTS Who Me? Oh no, my concert is not until August. My concert is not until August 16th. I'm not in El Paso. I'm in the Dallas area. It's not constructive in intimacy. It's not. But you're talking to people. Who says it's constructive in intimacy, Fifth Gate? Who says that? No, they never have. Why? You have to know what audience that you have. It's constructive. And so speaking on Weverse is constructive. These idols know that they're talking to their fans. They know that they're not talking to somebody on that level. On that level. Oh, okay, that's what she was saying. But yes, it's not constructed as that. It's not that. Even like I said, Bubble Weverse or whatever, it is a well-crafted image that they are talking to the fans. Like I told people, don't ever get it twisted. The image that the idols present on Weverse or Bubble or Instagram or whatever is not the true idols. A lot of times their personalities or who they really are. Everybody should know this by now. The agency, depending on the group, they will have some kind of level of things that they can and cannot say. BTS has more freedom than most groups, though. They have more freedom. I don't know how much freedom Rise has or doesn't have or whatever. I don't know. But to act like they don't understand what this is when they're talking to their fans, they understand that there's a difference between talking to their fans and talking to their friends. That is That's just common sense. That's just, they are there to fabricate intimacy, not real intimacy, a fabrication of intimacy, but a fabrication of interesting. No, it's a close group of fans, yes, but not friends. Fans, not friends. Fans, not friends. There's a difference between fans and subscribers, and the way I talk to my family and my friends is two different things. They understand that, and everybody else who does content creation or anything else, we all understand that. There's a difference between talking to your fans and talking to your on an intimate level on your friends. There is a different language in Korea. There are different terms. There is a different everything in Korean between talking to people on Weverse and Bubble and having an intimate conversation with your family and friends and your staff members and stuff like that. To sit there and say that is no. No. It's like saying that in Korean talking to your boss is the same thing as talking to your family or friends. It's not. Or it's sitting there saying that talking to your subordinates is the same thing as talking to your family. It's just not. It's not. I've never seen any video or anything by any idol where I could easily tell that this is like, okay, the agency is probably telling them to say that. Oh, they're capping their statements and they're not really being very forthright. BTS is probably the best at really being really, really who they are. But all these other idols, it's a fabricated image of who they are, Yeah, they still can't speak on a lot of things. Yes, like when they went to the military, exactly. They understand that I can't tell you, thank you, Shelly, what went on in the military, how they talk with their friends and family. When BTS talk with their friends and family, they're telling them what happened in the military. They understand that they can't say certain things. They understand that, like, okay, I can't really say this and I can't really say that, because they understand that their image is on the line. They understand that these fans are their fans, regardless of whether they say it or not, because they understand that, like, okay, well, I can't just say everything because it might get them in trouble. Yeah, it's fabricated intimacy, of course. So the idea that he would get on there and speak and write, make a post and write that's a mistake on his part. He shouldn't have done that. And I'm sure the agency is like, okay, why did you put that term in there? Oh, well, it's just something me and my mom say, or me and my family say. Okay, honey, you can't talk the same way that you talk to with your mama or with your family. It doesn't work. Like it doesn't work. And like I said, I'm not saying that he knew or understood the implications of what he's saying. But my point is that these agencies need to do better when you are understanding that your fan base, you are going to be more than just Koreans, that you have to understand what terminology and terms and things that you say, okay, this might offend people. That's my point. The point is that the agency's job, it is their job to emphasize this to the fans. That's their job. And emphasize this to the artists. That's their job. And to me, these agencies don't do any of that. Like some agencies more than others, Yeah, it's so ingrained in their culture that they don't see a problem with it. Yes, like I said, Fifth Gate is gaslighting us. I'm sorry, but we're not going to agree because, again, as an idol, you should understand your audience. You have to understand the fact that who you're talking to and you using these old terms might offend somebody. And instead of getting defensive about it, to be like, okay, I understand how people could misconstrue this. Yes, yes. That's the nature of parasocial relationships. You have to walk a tightrope, and these younger idols may not be mature enough to make decisions. Yes, I agree. And it's up to the agency to be like, okay, but to sit there and be like, backpedal, like I said, if I come on my channel and if I say a term that I don't realize that offends Asians, I'm not going to sit here and dig in and defend it. I'm going to be like, oh my God, I didn't know. But my job is, I'm not here to offend anybody. But the fact that people want to be like, well, no, he didn't mean it. That's what the problem that I have. If I get on here and say something as a content creator that offends people, and I'm like, and then they explain to me, okay, this is how it'll be construed as being offensive. My job is not to dig in and be more defensive. My job is to be like, okay, I can see how that's offensive. And then be like, okay, like I can see how this is offended. I can see how you took it wrong. And I can see how that term could come off as being offensive. Instead of doing that, what happens is people like Fifth Gate dig in deeper and like, well, no, he didn't mean this. Why can't you just be like, you know what? I can see how people can construe this as being offensive. I like it may not have been meant that way. People make mistakes. He's young, you know. And he's young. And just be like, hey, look, I understand. But yes, the terminology that he used has caused a domino effect. Again, not his fault that it caused a domino effect, but it's caused effect in the Weverse things. But the term that he uses is an outdated term. And it's a term, basically a derogatory term about black skin. And that's how all of this has gotten started. And instead of people being like, okay, I understand how this term could be derogatory, people want to dig in and be, I don't know. I don't, again, I don't live my life out here to offend people. If some people are offended, that kind of offensive, not like personally offended, then I don't have any issue apologizing to people because I feel like as a content creator, it is my responsibility. I feel like even as an idol, it's even more of your responsibility to understand that like, okay, I shouldn't have, like, I didn't mean it that way, but I can understand how people meant it that way and not dig in and try to defend it, you know? Yeah, they do, you know? Yeah, they make excuses instead of trying to understand. That's my whole, yes, that's my point. You know, instead of trying to understand. But people were rightfully offended. Then after they were offended, people were on Weverses posting racist pictures on purpose. So this is how this thing has like domino affected the fandom. And I've always said, and I said it before, I don't understand how people of color, whether it be Southeast Asians or black people, be in these groups. Because again, you get to see people's true colors when they're posting pictures of people picking cotton, telling the people on the Weverse that the black fans, oh, well, look, N-word, you should be picking cotton instead of being on Weverse. That is things that were said. So now we get into where people's true colors are being shown when you see that they don't respect you. Having an argument over a term is one thing, but now people are like, let's show pictures of black people picking cotton. Let's tell black people that they're slaves. I'm like, okay. So that's how it's descended into madness, you know? Yeah, this is how this is descended. So it went from one thing to now there's a racist deluge of people attacking people because they have some sort of weird parasocial relationship and the guy apologized and they can't just be like, okay, I can see the other side. Okay, we can all move on as a fandom. Now you have things that are fracturing the fandom. Korean society is colorist already. Exactly. So now you have people fracturing the fandom in Rise. And again, I'm not a Rise fan, but you know, like now you have people in the fandom trying to defend this person with racism. Make that make sense. So, no, we're not racist, but hey, go pick cotton N-word. But we're not colorist, but you're black. But we're not racist, but you're an N-word. But we're not racist, but you're a jigaboo. What? but wait, but we're not racist. But we're gonna defend this dude by being racist? Like, I'm like, okay. Like, that makes any sense. Wait a minute, we're not racist, but we're gonna defend him with racism? That was my thing. It wasn't really about what he said, because he apologized. Okay. But the thing about it is to act like Korea isn't colorist is me to deny everything about. And I tell Koreans all the time that they're colorists. Like it's a colorism thing in South Korea. To the history of calling someone a tanned rascal or a tanned rebel is because tanned people are known to be rambunctious and tanned dark-skinned people are known to be rebellious. That is the origins of this term. It is a childish term, but people like it's a term of endearment. It's a term of endearment that has to do with racial stereotypes about people with dark skin. And that's just the truth. That dark skinned people are wilder. That dark skin, when you're a little kid and you get really tan, oh, you're a little rascal now because you're dark skin. What does your skin color have to do with you being a rascal or rambunctious or looking more rebellious or more tough because you're dark? That's where this comes from, because of the notions that dark skinned people are somehow we're more rebellious or something. That's where the origins of this term comes from. And so with Southeast Asians. And so yeah, like let's fight racism with racism. I'm like, I'm like, but no, these people who were saying racist things to Rise fans, I don't know if these were all Korean people. Some of these people were not. They were not Koreans. They were some of these people were international fans. They weren't Koreans. So I do have to say that not all these people were Koreans that were doing that. Yeah, this is going to be a problem if they want to go global. Yeah, this has happened with other groups. Yes, I agree. It's not just Rise. Yeah, exactly. When you have people of color in your fandom, it's like, again, I don't understand the notion of let's fight racism with racism. Let's fight colorism with colorism. Let's get mad. Well, you shouldn't be offended, Jigaboo. Wait, what? Like, what? So you shouldn't be offended, N-word. What? I'm like, so how does that really work? And how does that even work? I'm trying to understand the rationale behind that. So how does that work? How does getting mad because I got offended about something and then calling me a racist word, how does that even solve anything? It doesn't. It didn't solve anything. It is a again, yes. It's just, I'm like, yeah, let's fight. Let's just be angry that you're over a K-pop singer. Over a K-pop singer. Again, if a BTS member said something offensive, I would acknowledge that no, he shouldn't have said that. And I don't have any problems acknowledging that BTS members, if they said or did something offensive, I'd be like, that's not right. But it's a good teachable moment to learn from it. But the idea that I'm going to dig in and defend Sugar, you got me fucked up. Like, I would be like, nah, I'm not going to defend that. So, and I'm going to dig in over a K-pop singer. I say, y'all be defending these idols like they your family members, your friends, your relatives. That people be defending these K-pop singers more than they be defending their own brothers and sisters and children. If my kid did something wrong, I have no problem of pointing out my kid did something wrong. I have no problems being like, okay, honey, you shouldn't have did that. Like, that's wrong. It's happened before. My kids have done things wrong. But I'm like, okay, we can learn from it and move on. But the idea that I'm going to dig in over a K-pop singer is nuts to me. I don't know this person. And let me tell you, there are colorists and racists in K-pop. That's why I throw a side eye to another thing. I throw a side eye to this because Korea, its society is very colorist, and I understand that. And there are racists, I won't say any names, that I know for a fact that don't like black people in K-pop, that are K-pop singers who say derogatory, fucked up shit about Southeast Asians and dark-skinned people. I know this for a fact. And those groups, I stay away from, period. That I know this. But yes, to act like there are no racists in K-pop, okay. Like, yes, there is a high level of colorism in South Korea, in Asia, period. And the Southeast Asians, they know that. They understand. They're like, yeah, we get it. They understand the historical connotations behind that and the barbs and the things that Chinese and Koreans and Japanese throw at them regarding ethnicity and skin color and nationality. Like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I watch documentaries about this shit all the time, and I ask Koreans about this all the time. But the Koreans that are being honest, they honestly acknowledge that, yeah, it's a colorism thing. For somebody who be with Koreans, I hear it. I'm like, okay. And sometimes, like I said, they don't mean any offense by it, but you have to check them and be like, and because they're not used to being like, oh, okay, well, because it's so natural for them to be like, oh, this person's really dark. And, oh, like, I'm like, what is, what that mean? Like, what does that mean exactly? Is that a bad thing? Like, I had to ask Koreans, and they like, oh, okay, because sometimes they do things and they don't even know what they're doing. You need names. I can think of 4 that I know of, period, that don't like black folks, that don't like dark skinned people, that say derogatory shit. It's not, and again, it's the way they was raised. It's how they were raised, the way they were raised. There are people, K-pop idols, who don't like Chinese people. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of anti-Chinese, but I get it. There's a historical reason for that. But there are a lot of things that they say derogatory about Chinese people that I've heard. And I'm just like, can we not talk bad about Chinese people? Because I'm the type of person that even if it ain't me, I'm not going to let you sit around and fucking talk shit about other people. Well, you know how those Chinese are, blah, blah, blah. What does that mean? Well, Chinese, they're like uncouth and unkempt and they shit in the streets. I've heard this from Koreans. So can't nobody tell me. I didn't heard what Koreans say about other people. And when they think they're comfortable and they know I'm not Chinese or Southeast Asian. I've heard the things that they say about Southeast Asians. And I'm like, don't say that in front of me, because again, I'm going to defend Southeast Asians because I know Southeast Asians. I got friends who are Filipino. So like, no, you're not going to sit up here and talk about, I have friends that are Chinese, talking about Chinese are unkempt and uncouth, and then like people from Cambodia are all scammers, and I don't allow that kind of talk. I'm like, okay, like, can we not talk about that? Like, I'm like, okay, I know I'm not Southeast Asian, but they feel comfortable around you enough to just throw these barbs out here. And I'm just like, sounds racist to me. I'm like, come on now. I'm like, Johnny Somali, yeah, he shouldn't have been, yeah, they will go after non-Korean idols and say racist things. It has happened. They've said, people have said racist things about Japanese idols, about idols that are from Thailand and Cambodia and whatever, Hello, Marie Miller. But yeah, it happens. But to act like Korea isn't colorist, it is. It's just a society they were raised in to feel like lighter skin is more beautiful, it's more ethically pleasing, all of those things. And so sometimes the things that they say, like I said, I don't think they mean in an offensive way. It's just things that they've used to hearing as a child and growing up and seeing on TV and all that kind of stuff. But Korea is changing. It's slowly but surely changing because you have more foreigners living in Korea than ever lived there. And you have more tourists from foreign countries ever in history because of BTS. And so things are slowly but surely starting to change. But for me to sit there and trust Koreans with not being racist, that will never happen to me, because to me, most of them are colorist. Even the ones that I'm cool with, even the ones that I'm friends with, I have to really get them to understand that, like, that's not nice to say things about people, but Koreans will say those types of things. A lot that I've dealt with Japanese people, not very much, that they're more low key. They're more like, they understand that, like, okay, the Japanese people I know have not, but Koreans can sometimes be a bit forthright, especially the more comfortable they get with you in saying things. And I don't put up with it. I'm like, I'm not, you're not going to sit up here and drag Filipinos and Southeast Asians around me. It's not going to happen. It's just not. It's not. I'm like, no, we're not going there about Chinese and Southeast Asians. And no, I'm good. I'm like, we're not going there. That they do. And the thing about it is, like I've said before, Koreans are not even that light. Like, their natural skin is not even that white. It's lighting, it's bleaching creams. You look at Koreans from in the 80s and the 90s, they weren't this light. Like, this has been like them keeping out of the sun and sunscreen. Like, there's a bunch of things to that. And you try to point to Koreans and tell them, like, okay, well, y'all naturally ain't this light. Y'all tan up in the sun just like anybody else. Just like when that guy showed a picture of him when he was a little kid. He was out in the sun and he was darker. And then the fact that the fans, even when he posted the picture, the fans below the picture were making comments that I'm like, I'm reading the comments going, okay, even the comments were colorist. Even the comments were like low-key racist. The comments are like, yeah, look how dark your skin is. Oh my God, look how dark he is. Korean don't understand when people say shit like that. It's like, Okay, like my question, okay, so what does that mean exactly? Oh, look how dark he is. And oh, well, he probably was running wild that day. Like, these are the things that were said in the comment section. And again, as somebody who's lived this long enough and been around people from all cultures, I know what this means. And Southeast Asians and people in India are like, we know what this means. Even them are like, okay, I know what this means. Like, even the Southeast Asian people are like, well, what does that mean? Because he has darker skin. What does that? What does that change your whole personality? That's what some people were saying, and I was like, yeah, what does that mean? So I'm just glad. All in all, I'm glad. For me, my point in my video coming up is explaining to people of color. I don't understand why you're in these fan spaces, whether they be Bubble, whether they be Weverse, whether it be Instagram or whatever. I don't go where I'm not respected. I don't go where I'm not wanted. That's why I'm not on social media army spaces, and I don't go. That's why I don't court it here. That's why I have a zero tolerance here. I don't want people to feel bad because they're Southeast Asian or white or black or anything here. I don't allow this shit on my channel. I don't allow toxicity here. I don't allow people to make fun of people's nationalities and whatever here. I don't court that here because there's enough of it on social media. So I have a zero tolerance policy for it here. That's why. Because I understand that, like, K-pop fandoms can be full of people that are looking to hurt you or to offend you on purpose, you know. Exactly. I just, they are afraid of the sun. They wear a lot of sunblock. Yeah, it's the whole opposite over there. Here is like Jennifer goes out and gets a tan. Like, she talks about how pale she is, and you know, and so she goes out and gets a tan, or sometimes she goes and gets the fake tan. Jennifer better not be on. Jennifer, you ain't on here, are you, girl? You ain't. Jennifer, you up in here? She be like, don't do me. If y'all don't know, Jennifer, my sister-in-law, is blonde hair, blue-eyed, and really pale. And so she used to go to this tanning booth all the time because she burns very easily. And her and my late husband would burn and turn bright red, like just bright red. And she you know, here in America, they want to be, it's like pale skin is not cool. It's like Jennifer wants a nice tan. She's like, oh, I got a nice tan, girl. And I was like, did you burn? She's like, nah, I didn't burn. I got a nice tan. So it's the total opposite. Jennifer is lurking. No, Jennifer will be on there be like, I'm here. I'm here, girl. Don't be telling my business. That's Jennifer. Don't be in these streets telling my business. But yeah, I used to go to the tanning booth. Every time I talk about Jennifer, I have some picture of somebody just dancing with blonde hair. I'm like, yep, that's Jennifer. And Jennifer's like, that's not me. That's not what I be doing. I'm like, girl, but that's you. But yes, I have a video coming up on Rise. But my suggestion is for people to get out of these fan bases and out of these fan spaces and create their own fan spaces where they are safe. And so people won't post pictures of black people picking cotton. Not saying anything wrong with picking cotton. My ancestors were sharecroppers. But so people won't be calling you derogatory names. And the same thing with the Southeast Asians and the derogatory things that they call them if they ever get offended. It's just like anytime someone in K-pop gets offended, it's the parasocial demon that shows up where I have to defend it. And I don't understand it because, again, I'm not going to. If BTS come out here and was like, yeah, jigaboo, I'd be like, what? Time out. Say what again? J-Hope's Jigahoo? He could be talking about Jay-Z. He could be like, Jigga what? Jigga who? He's like, I'm just singing the Jay-Z song. I'm not. He could be singing the Jay-Z song, and I'm like, what you say? You know, I'm like, oh, I'm just checking. Is the Jay-Z song, J-Hope? All right, I'll let it go. Because I would be like, time out. What? Like, what you say? Like, I would be quick to be like, but I have to treat them like I treat anybody else. If I'm at work and a motherfucker come in and talk about, yo, what's up, my N-words? I'm like, what? We at work? I'll be like, let me take my jewelry out. Let me hold on. Let me get my earrings off. Hold on. Let me just get my motherfucker. I got my socks. I'm throwing my socks off. I'm like, okay, let's go. Like, I'm going to get offended. Like, parasocialism don't exist in the world. Like, even I'm an equal opportunity. Everybody can get it. Like, anybody can get it. If you come with a level of disrespect, especially about something that's serious. To me, everybody can get it. Girl, I'm taking my socks off, my earrings is coming off. I'm just like, what are we doing here? So no, I will never even defend Yoongi as much as Sugar's my bias. If Yoongi says some foul shit, I'll be like, you better explain yourself, sir. Like, I never want to be like, well, what he really meant. I'm not going to tie myself in knots to defend stupid behavior. Like, I'm not going to be like, well, he really meant this and really, I'm like, okay. I'm not even going to do that with my own kids. If my kids say something crazy, I just be like, what'd you say? I'll be like, sit down and come talk to me. Like, which they wouldn't. But I'm just saying that, like, I just treat everybody the same. Everybody is treated the same. Everybody can get the smoke. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm like everybody can get it. I'm like, everybody can get it. I was like if you knew my family is the everybody can get it family, So no, like, I don't have any sense of like, well, I'm going to cover for this idol and I wouldn't even defend my kids. Like, if they said some stupid shit, like, again, which they wouldn't. Even Jennifer, as much as I love her, like, she's never said anything, like, she wouldn't dare. Like, Jennifer wouldn't dare. My late husband, white, he wouldn't dare. He understood, like, okay, like, I understand that my wife is black, but he's like, still though, even though my late husband was invited to the picnic and the barbecue, in the line stepping, steps in the name of love, steps in the name of love. My husband be up there just stepping. But still he understood that, like, okay, I married a black woman. And so there's certain things he understood that, like, okay, like, this part of the culture, right? And I was like, yes, honey, yes. You get it. He like, I got it. I'm good. So he understood that, like, okay, you're like, like, I'm in the barbecue, but bitch, I'm not cooking the meat. Like, he's like, I'm invited to the barbecue, but I'm not cooking the meat. He understood that there was a line there, of cultural appropriation and decorum, that he's like, okay, like, I'm invited, but I ain't cooking nothing though. Like, I brought some drinks. And Jennifer the same way. Like, she's the same way. She like, I'm always invited to the barbecue, but she's like, I know not to push it. I'm like, yeah, I had to tell y'all some stories about my late husband one day. Y'all had y'all laughing. But yeah, that's my this overly long rise conversation. Rise conversation that I'll be getting into. I always be fighting people, and I stay fighting people on every turn because my kids are such a mixture of everything. So I'm always hostile. I'm like, my kids, of course, are black, but then my ancestors are Native American, and then my husband, his people are Czech, and then my daughter, we got Mexican. I'm fighting everybody on all fronts. Like, people try to come in my comments saying something derogatory about Mexico. I'm like, what? Because you're talking about my children. Like, I'm like, what? My kids got Mexican in them too. Like, what we talking about here? I will get very offended because it's like, okay, you're talking about my kids. You're talking about my lineage. You're talking about, like, where I come from. It's such a hodgepodge mixture. Then people talk about Russians, and I get kind of in my craw about that too. I'm like, what about Russians? What about them? What you got to say? And then Ukrainians are, what you got to say about Ukrainians? What? They like, Keisha, Russian and Ukrainians on site. Both. I don't care if they're at war right now. On site. My ancestors are Russian and Ukrainian too. And so I don't know who I'm going for right now. We just gonna work it out. Right now. We gonna work out things. Like, how do you work it out in your lineage? I don't pick a side. They like, Keisha, you're not picking a side. I'm not picking a side. Hi, Lisa. I'm like, I'm not picking a side. Oh my God. I'm like, no. I'm like, not picking a side. I'm like, I'm not picking a side. for me, again, I stay out of army spaces because of a myriad of reasons. That's not the only, but for a myriad, because I'm not, again, if the fandoms, I've had this conversation before. Now we're going to talk about BTS in Mexico and how wonderful that was. The fandoms for me is a trick bag of toxicity. To me, the fandoms, to me, I am an introvert. I am not a people person. I don't fuck with people in that, generally speaking, in that way. The way I see BTS is very logical. When I used to be in fandom spaces, when I first became aware of BTS and started to get interested, I've said this before, that I was on Reddit, I was in certain fandom spaces, but I did not fit in those spaces. I did not fit in because my mind is a rational mind. I'm a logic-based person. I'm not an emotionally based person. I'm like, so why are we doing this? Why are we doing it? And I ask a lot of questions. I'm like, so why? And nobody can really give me any kind of like substantial reason. So I mean, people tried, but it didn't make any sense to me. And I didn't fit in fandom because like, oh my God, I love BTS so much. And I'm just like, are they cool? Like, I like them. Like, yeah, they, all right. Like, I don't, whole music just transcends me and makes me feel, okay, yeah, that. Don't you understand? I'm like, no, I don't. Like, what does this mean? Like, I don't. And then people would use terms that I didn't really understand, and people still come to my comment section and use terms that I don't get because I'm not in fan spaces. And people are like, oh my God, I have such emotional reaction. And I'm just like, I'm like, I have an emotional reaction to money. That's pretty much what I have an emotion. I see some money, I'm like, yes. But I'm like, I don't have that level of emotional reaction in parasocialism. And as time went on, I started to see parasocialism as hurting the industry that came in the fandom. And I start to see that people are really emotionally wrapped up in the BTS in ways that I just can't understand. You know, you don't do Reddit. Reddit is the toilet of the internet. It is the cesspool hell of the internet. I do. I'm the type of person that I am all that smoke kind of person. I am like, because again, I don't get mad, like I said with my channel, I don't get mad if people disagree with me. I have no issues with that because everybody's not going to agree. What I don't take any shit from anybody disrespecting me. So people can come to my comment section and be like, well, I don't agree with this or I don't agree with that. But when it starts getting personal, that's when I'm like, hold my beer, okay? Then I'm like, wait a minute. That's what I have. Because again, I don't talk to people that I don't know, and I don't know you guys. I don't want to come on here and disrespect none of people's comment sections, talking cash money shit. That's when I get offended. That's when I'm quick like, wait a minute. Because again, if you're like, fuck those Russians, all you Russians are like, this is an example. No one's ever said this to me. All fucking Russians are alcoholics and they're dumb. And okay, wait. What? That's when I get offended. Because I'm like, these people will say things that they damn well know that they wouldn't say to my face. And that's what angers me. Because whatever I say on the internet is what I back myself up as. I wouldn't not say it to someone's face in that situation. So I have respect with people talking to me like they know me. And I'm like, but you don't know me though. Like, you don't fucking know me. I'm like, fuck out of here. So I do get angry in my comment section because people are like, you're a fucking liar. And then I'm like, oh, let's go. So I'm like, first of all, like, don't come to my comment section and disrespecting other people or disrespecting me, or because I'm like, who do I disrespect? I don't be like, well, y'all are effing stupid. And y'all, like, I don't talk like that. So I'm just like, can we just agree to disagree and have a conversation? I don't need people dumping all their shit on me. Like, this is a toxic waste dump. So therefore, no, I don't fit in the fan spaces because the moment somebody pops off at me, I'm going to give it to them back. And one thing I learned about K-pop fans is they don't like you giving it to them back. So somebody come in my comment section, then they get all offended because I cuss their ass out. And I'm like, who are you talking to? And so they get like, oh my God. I'm like, well, don't. I give you the same energy that I get. Don't come at me in my comment section if you're not ready for me to bring it back. Because K-pop fans, for some reason, other fandoms understand that. But K-pop fans, I've noticed that they kind of like get offended that you go after them. And I'm like, no, you didn't call to my comment section, call me ignorant, stupid. I'm like, bitch, you're ignorant and stupid. Shut the F up. And they're like, oh my God. I'm like, well, I'm giving you the energy that you're giving me. That's just kind of how it goes. That's how this goes. Like I stand 10 toes down. I'm like, you're not going to come in my comment section and be and say derogatory things to me when I know damn well that in real life that they wouldn't do that. You know, I will insult somebody if somebody comes to my comment section, and people have said personal things to me in my comment section that I've had to respond to and block, that y'all don't see, that y'all, I block them out of my comments, and I have to go in there, and things like comments get held in, like the way I have YouTube structured with my comment section, it's heavily censored. So comments, I have to release them. So sometimes y'all will do comments, and YouTube will the system will hold the comment by accident, and you guys won't see your comments for a while, and I have to go and release it. But my comment section is very heavily censored. But my point is that I'm like, we can all disagree, and that's fine. I don't have any problem with anybody disagreeing with me. I'm just not going to be disrespected on my own channel. If I got to sit here and I work a 12-hour job, and I run a Patreon, and I run a Wattpad, and I'm doing all of these things, and I'm trying to be nice because my natural inclination is to not be nice, and I try to be nice and professional and call things down the line, I kind of expect people to act accordingly. And because people have gotten so used to social media where people just can say whatever the fuck they want to say to you, I'm like, here, you can take that shit on somewhere else. No, go over to X, go over to Reddit, go over to whatever content creator that you want to talk shit in their comment section. Go, there's plenty of content creators that it'll be like the wild, wild west in their comment section. I don't subscribe to army channels. I don't subscribe to army influencers. There's 5 channels that I subscribe to that are K-pop related, maybe 6, and that's it. And their channels are pretty benign. It's pretty fun. But the moment people I'll go look at people's comment sections, and I see it's like a cesspool of hell, I don't want to subscribe to their channel, because I'm like, obviously you're not handling the situation. A lot of content creators will complain about all the hate they get. I said, I zen out. I don't get hate because I block people and kick people off my damn channel all the time. I'm like, and content creators get burnt out really quickly when they start reading a lot of hate. I was like, why? Why do that? There's no reason why anybody should have to be a content creator and face a lot of hate. I don't know how other social media, I don't know what they do. But on YouTube, we have so many tools to block people and cut people and hide people and censor things that there's no way nobody should be sitting here and dealing with verbal abuse and toxicity from people in your comment sections. You know, X isn't censored. Yeah, I heard of X. I'm not on Twitter. X, I'm not on there. You know, yeah, they can take it, but then yes, they can dish it out, but then when you give it back to them, they're like, oh my God. You know, 21, I love 21. Yeah, I agree. On X, on there, it's a cesspool of hell. Like, I gave that up, you know. Cordis is more popular in the US than they are. Cordis is catching hell. I told y'all before, Cordis is catching hell right now, y'all. They're catching hell. Yeah, I heard from what I'm hearing from people from X, they talk bad about BTS on the daily. I don't know how y'all can be in those spaces, because I'll be cussing those people out every day. I'll be like, that's wrong. That's so I like, no, I'm not built for social media. Because again, if you are going to bring that smoke, I'm going to give you all the smoke. I'm here. I'm a smoke machine. I'm a smoke monster. I'm like, you know what? I work from home. I got time. I ain't got shit else better to do. What's going on right now? Nothing. I'm done with all my videos. I got time today. And like I said, with K-pop fans, they're the biggest snowflakes ever, because once you start talking shit to them back, then they're like, oh my God. I'm like, what? And then another thing, here's on my gripe train before I get into BTS. My other thing is the crazy people. Okay. Just like I went off, I went off I did a whole video where I went off for 8 minutes. I don't understand when I tell people I don't do delusional nonsense here, but they somehow want to bring it. This is my biggest pet peeve out of K-pop fans that I fucking hate. Okay. Cause most of them I hate. I hate K-pop fans. I hate most of them. I don't understand why people who are solos people who are shippers who are really crazy and delulu about it. There's nothing wrong with shipping for fun. I have people here on my channel that I ship for fun. There's nothing with being a little delulu. I support you guys being healthily delulu, okay? If Jimin takes his shirt off and your panties fall off, look, I am not, who am I to judge? I'm not here to judge you, ma'am. If you if you are watching 10 thirst trap Jimin videos a day, every day, I am not here to judge. I listen, I don't judge, okay? If you yes, they are not. I'm talking to people who are not, who are delulu in a bad way, okay? I'm talking about those people, the unhinged. I don't understand if you think that Jungkook and Jimin and Kim Taehyung are in some kind of sex triangle, okay? If you think that they are in some kind of really weird poly relationship and you have a whole folder, a binder full of evidence, if you're like, Kiki, I have evidence, I'm going to be like, first of all, I'm like, let me see what you got. First of all, let me see the evidence. Is there graphic evidence in here? I'm going to be looking like, what's in here? So do you have pictures, video? Like, let me know. Let me know if you have pictures that any of these situation scenarios went down. It was it a throuple? What if you think they're in a throuple? Okay, I am not here to stop you from thinking that they're in a throuple. Okay, but what gets me backing up a little bit is when you go overboard with it, when you're starting to make threats to V, like people were making threats to V, when you start making threats to Jungkook, when you start making threats to other members because you think that this is a throuple that has gone bad, when you start making threats to other fans and members, then I'm like, perhaps you've gone too far, okay? Then that's when you're delulu stand. I don't understand for the life of me. My point is, why these delulu people wander their delulu ass into my space when I'm like, I'm a delulu free zone, and I try to give them the benefit that I'm like, look, chill, knock it off. And then they still want to come on to another video and another video. And I'm like, okay, we Gertrude, we don't do that here. And it's not, and then I try to be nice about it. But then they keep coming here, and I'm like, I just said I'm a non-delulu zone, bitch. And so I get agitated because I'm like, how many times I have to tell your dumb ass that this is not what we're doing in my comment section? How many videos can you write 6 paragraphs about how Jungkook sucks? Because this really happened, y'all. This really, I'm not lying. There is a video that I had to take off of my channel. Well, it's still there, but it's hidden. Because the Jungkook haters were coming on my video because they're mad at Jungkook for something. I don't know what. And I was like, what is that? So I just unpublished that video. So it's there. I have it. I can turn it back on. But I turned it off because I got tired of being in my comment section hiding people and telling people off, because people were literally coming in this video that had it has 100,000 views, and it's Jungkook. And it had 100,000 views, and people were literally in the comment section, like dragging Jungkook. And I'm like, look, knock it off. I'm not going to have you look, knock it off. And so I just hid the video because I just got tired of it. Why these people come to my channel, and I'm telling them in the comment section, I was like, this is not what we do here. Please just leave, please. Then they want to come back and reply again and again. And I'm like, why again? Why are you here? Like, what? I keep telling you, this is my channel. If you want to believe that Tay Cook is Tay Cook, there's whole YouTube channels for Tay Cookers. There's whole YouTube channels for V-Mens. Go do V-Mens. If you feel like, again, they're in a throuple. There are throuple channels. Throuple. Okay? There are whole entire channels dedicated to whatever shipping form. If you think Namjoon and Jin is in some type of relationship, have at it, okay? The Jin, Namjoon, Jin, the Jim, June, I don't know what it's called. But anyway, if you, the Jim, June, I don't know what it's called, okay? If you think Jin and Sugar getting down, if it's Yoongi Jin, Jin Yoongi, whatever, then go, but I'm like, go there and do that. If you don't like Jungkook, there's plenty of channels that are we hate Jungkook and he sucks. I'm sure there's a Reddit group out there for you. Why come to my channel and be like, and bogging my channel down with Jungkook sucks and he's ugly and he had 5 nose jobs and he can't sing. I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, seriously, it's like, why? It's like, why can't y'all just take that somewhere else? Why do y'all have to take the toxicity and bring it here? There are find your tribe and go there. Find what if you are passionate about V. There are plenty of channels that are just V, Taeyoung all day. Taeyoung 24/7 a day. Just Taeyoung videos. Why would you come on my channel and write a dissertation about Taeyoung and then accuse me of defaming Taeyoung when I'm sitting there watching my video going, what? Okay, I said what now? I don't think I don't had me sitting up here tripping going, what did I say? I'm like, what did I do? I did nothing. I did a whole Rolling Stone video about the interview with Taeyoung and J-Hope. And there were people coming to my video and I'm like, what are y'all complaining about? I said nothing bad about V. I said V was smart, V was handsome, V was introspective. I said I was surprised at his physicality. I'm watching this video going, what did I say? I'm like, what? I'm going, I didn't say, and I'm like, why would I ever say anything bad? These people are in my video accusing me of saying bad things about V. Where? If you watch the Rolling Stone video, y'all are like, what? I've never said anything bad about V ever. For what? What would I say bad about V? What? He's too good looking? Like, I mean, but these people, I'm just like, I don't understand. Like, are you trying? I'm like, are you trying to start shit with me? Do you want to smoke? Like, and I'm just trying to understand. I'm like, but I didn't say anything. I just said V was wonderful. Yes, they got mad for mentioning V as part of a dance line. Yes, these people, yes. Yeah. I'm like, I'm just like, go and be in. Like I said, I'll be watching my videos going, okay, what did I say? And I'm watching the video and I'm like, I didn't say anything. I'm like, all I did was big up V, and I've made plenty of posts. When Minhee Jin brought up V, I defended V. When V, people threatened to throw acid on V, I said it's wrong. All my videos, a lot of my posts have been about how Namjoon and V have been the target of so much hatred online. I've said this over and over and over again. I don't know what else these people are saying. Like, I'm watching videos going, I didn't say anything though. Like, I'm confused. So my point is, why don't you just take all of that energy and go to a YouTube channel or a social media site that is all V all the time, all day? Like, I'm like, why not just go there? Why are you here on my channel when I talk about more than just V? Marie Miller, I've never said anything bad about any of the members of BTS. Why would I? Why would, like, somebody, like, okay, like when I did my Jimin video, some people were accusing, people were like, well, you don't like Jimin. I was like, who? I'm like, who are you talking to? I'd be like, I don't like Jimin. Like, why would I not like Jimin? When have I ever said, I'm like, have I ever said anything about Jimin? Like, I'll be sitting there like, just tripping, going, I've never said anything bad about Jimin or any of the members of BTS. I've never said anything. There's nothing for me to say bad about any of them. For what? And then people are like, well, you must be a solo. Then people accuse me of being a solo stan. What? When have I ever been like, man, sugar, we don't need this bitch ass group. Like, we out of here. Me and Yoongi for life, man. We out. I'm like, when have I ever said that? I'm like, when have I ever been a solo stan? I'm like, what does that even mean? I've never said anything about Sugar needs to lead this group. Like, I'm just like, if you that weird, then just go somewhere else and don't come here. I've never once been like, man, Namjoon needs to lead a group. We're bigger than this damn group. Yeah. When have you I love V's new hair. I love his hair with the blonde. It looks so good. It's stunning. Oh my God. I'm like, Junie is my bias wrecker. Yeah, we do talk about. Yeah, I do. I have a bias, Jungi, but V's hair does look really good. But I'm just like these people come and I get so agitated, and I'm like, why don't y'all go somewhere else? Don't come here. Just go some. And so I end up having to block them. Like y'all don't understand. Being a content creator, I see a lot of stuff that you guys never see. Like I have to emphasize that the things that I see, I be so annoyed and angry about because I see a lot more than what you guys see. I see all of the comments, all of the things, all of the hatred, all of the people that I have to block. I have to block, 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 block. I have to. It's a lot. It's a lot. One day I'm gonna come on here and just read y'all some of the shit that I get on my videos that you guys would be like, what? You guys would be amazed. I mean, there's like racist shit. There's all kinds of stuff that I get. A lot of shit that I get and I'm pretty benign. Like like I understand the New Jeans fans and the Engines getting mad at me. Like I get them, but I don't understand why anybody in BTS Army would be mad at me or feel like I'm saying because again I'm like, but BTS is my group. Like why would I say anything? I've never said anything bad about them. Like why would I? Well, that's what perplexes me. Now I understand that, like I said, the bunnies, I get it. The Engines, I get it. Even some of the icons, I get it because I get on them too. So I get it. But everybody else, like even I even have one or two, but the Stray Kids fans, they are nice to me, and the ATs fans because they understand. I'm like, I do have a whole playlist with your group. I do have a whole Stray Kids playlist. Like if I didn't like the group, why would I have a whole playlist? If I didn't like ATs, so they leave me alone. The Stays and the 18s, they're cool with me. They understand that like I respect their group a lot, and they don't bother me. But it's just the weird Delulu BTS Army people that come on my channel and just pick at me. And I'm just like, I was like, I don't even understand it. And I understand like I said, we are all Delulu in some certain, you read the crazy, yes, I get on there and read the crazy dissertations that be like 5 paragraphs. And I'm just going, I don't, and I'll be like, ma'am, please go out and get some medication. Like they need to be kicked out of every fandom. Yes, the Delulus and the Solos who are taught, they need to be kicked out. They don't know about us right now in Mexico. See, I can't watch it, Katina. Why do y'all tell me this stuff? Oh, she's a stay. I like stays. Stays, me and stays are cool. They come here, they come here all the time. And they're always very respectful. And they always appreciate when I defend Bang Chan a lot. Like I defend him a lot. And I'm like, you leave Bang Chan alone. You leave him alone. Leave my man alone. You leave my other my side piece alone. Leave Felix alone too. I like Felix. I like Felix. One day I'm gonna tell y'all my Felix story because I know somebody that had a run-in with Felix, and it was a very Felix is a very, I don't know what his future is going to be, but I think that Felix's future is going to be outside of K-pop one day, and I think that Felix is a real good person, a real sweet soul, real sweet soul. Everybody know that met Felix thought he was a real sweet soul. That he's a nice person, like a genuine nice person, and very low key about like and very like humble and sweet. Like I've heard nothing but good things about Felix. Now Bang Chan, I don't, you know what? We don't go there, but it depends on who you ask and what day it is. But he's a little rambunctious. He's a little wild. He's a wild boy. But I like him a little wild. So you can be Delulu and not being belittling. Bring on the comments you want to get. I tell you, one day I'm gonna gather all my comments together and I'm gonna read them, and y'all would be like, what? Y'all would be shocked at the stuff that I see on my end that I have to filter out. That I filter out hard. And some people don't take it seriously, but I do take it very seriously. I do, and then I try not to censor myself because I don't want to censor myself like a lot of content creators do because they are afraid that they're gonna catch hell in the comments. I don't care about engagement. And I understand what the game is with content creation, that people want engagement and people want a lot of comments. I don't care about that. My number one goal is to have a peaceful, harmonious time on my channel for y'all to come here and kiki and laugh a little bit and have a good time and not see a bunch of angry, crazy people in my comment section. Because I think, again, like I said, I feel like that's very disheartening. And so I don't care about engagement. I don't care about numbers and how many people view my videos. I just do videos whatever I feel like I want to do. And that's kind of, people are like, well, how do you pick out your videos? It depends on what's in the news, depends on what I'm feeling, depends on what happened. So I was like, I just, I don't try to think about it too much. It's just I kind of go with where things take me. I'm like, oh, I want to do a video about this, and I'll do it. Or somebody in the comment section will bring up something really, really good, and I'm like, dang, that's a good topic for a video. I'm on like, thank you. And so I just go there. So that's how I do things. But I don't want it to, for people to feel like, okay, I can't be on this channel because it's really toxic here and people are really mean. And I don't want people to be mean. Mean people suck. There's enough meanness I feel in the world without my channel adding to the meanness in K-pop. There's enough meanness. And like I said, I stay away from that. I got off. I didn't leave social media to come be a YouTuber and then get the same stuff on social media to be here. I didn't do that. So that's how I feel about it. And again, I tell people we can agree to disagree as long as we stay respectful and like, okay, well, we're gonna agree to disagree, and that's fine. But I don't have any issues with that. But just the diluted the solos and the shippers, I just can't. I just can't. I can't handle them. Like I feel like I want to drink. Like I just can't. I do. I try to. Yeah. Even though I'm not into K-pop like that, but I do try to keep up. Yes, we're going to talk about the new jeans thing, like they do with Namjoon. Yeah. Um. Now I did a video about what happened with a new jeans in the door. Um. Oh, they lost to the YouTuber. Yeah. I didn't do a video about that, but I did do a post. I feel, which I think I might go back and do a video, that it is horrible for business that Adore Belif and Illit lost that lawsuit. I'm baffled. I didn't think that they were going to lose the lawsuit. Like, if you guys didn't know, Hybe had sued a YouTuber, a cyber wrecker. Like, this is not a normal YouTuber. They belong to a company that is like kind of like a PR tech company, and they posted a bunch of videos about Illit plagiarizing and all this kind of stuff, right? So Hybe sued them, and they also said that Hybe was part of some kind of religious cult, which I've talked about that in another video, a long time ago, like a year ago. I talked about K-pop and cults, okay, and some of the things, the accusations against BTS about BTS being a cult, about Hybe being affiliated with this guy in Korea that runs like this kind of yoga cult kind of thing. I did a whole video about it. Well, they lost the case. They lost a defamation case. And I said, this is not good for business. I said, this is not, nobody in K-pop or who's a fan of K-pop should be celebrating this, because it basically means that you can go on the internet and make up lies and say anything that you want to say about an artist. And I said, I don't understand the court's ruling on this, because Hybe has won other cases to me that were even less damaging than this one and smaller than this one, against commenters, against Redditors. So I don't understand why they lost this case. So do y'all know why? Do y'all have any opinions as to why they lost this case? I'm just confused. How did they lost the case? The judge said that Hybe and Adore has to pay the court costs of this YouTuber, the cyber wrecker, and they lost the case. They said that the judge said no, there wasn't a sufficient enough evidence. And so I'm confused, because I'm like, how? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand, what happened. Somebody been asking, can they appeal? I don't know. But like I said, they've won other cases that have been less than this. Like, they've won other cases. So that's why I'm confused. I'm like, but they've won, Hybe and not Adore specifically in Island, but Hybe has won a bunch of other smaller cases. And they haven't been a lot of money, but I think they were suing the cyber wrecker for like $132,000, I think. Oh, she believes Taekook is real and Jimin is the villain in a drama. Hybe and Adore, they should appeal. I don't know if they are, but they should, because it makes no sense. Like, it literally makes no sense that they would win these other cases but then lose this one. And to me, this one had more evidence. Yeah, sometimes it's the judge who gets it wrong. I agree. Like I said, I can only think of the judge the same way the court sided with Min Hee Jin and Hybe had to appeal. So maybe I mean, it's still time. This just happened this past week. So that, but I just, South Korean courts is just, it's just like up and down. Like it's not, like that's not consistent. I was like, that's not even consistent. Like, how do they win these cases and lose this one? I don't know. Again, I'm not presuming that I understand the South Korean court system, because the South Korean court system is similar but very different than the American court system. Again, there are things that are in their laws that are different, but again, I just don't understand how they lost this one and they won other ones. But South Korea has, Shelly, I disagree. It had a level of corruption just like any other country does. But the judges have a lot of say so again in particular court cases. So maybe because I was thinking that maybe because the company is a cyber wrecker and not an individual, that they didn't want to fine. I think they're asking for 132,000 or something like that. But Korea has corruption just like the United States and any other place does. It's no different than in any place else. It doesn't matter who's in office or whatever. It goes down to the local levels with the judges. And right now, Hybe has always been, over the years that they've been around, the subject of a lot of things. I tell people South Korea, because I like South Korea's political structure. I'm fascinated by it. South Korea is less about politics and more about money. It is more about the chaebols. They pretty much run the whole country. It is more about money. That's what it's about. It's more about whose palm you can grease and who you can kiss up to. That's a lot of it. But that's a lot of it everywhere. But in South Korea is a lot of that. It's really a lot of who got the most money and who can kiss the most butt. And when it comes to like the judges and the officials and the police and stuff like that, especially after researching the whole burning sun thing, but there's levels to this. Like, Korea is very complicated. It's a very complicated um it's a very complicated country in some ways, with a very accelerated, very interesting history. I admire the Korean people for what they've done so quickly since the night, because they've only had democracy since like the late 90s. I admire what they've done, but it has come at the expense of a lot of freedoms and at their society moving forward. It's like their technology and their economics have moved forward, but their society itself has not progressed along with it. There is way too much covert conservativeness in South Korea. Like, everything on the surface is like, it's this, is that. But then once you peel back the layers, you're like, oh, okay, there's hypocrisy here. And that's what I don't like hypocrisy. I don't like, well, on the surface, we're going to do this, but then behind closed doors, it's actually something completely different. And that's what I don't like. I don't like the patriarchy. I don't like the misogyny. And there's a lot of that there. It's just a lot of that. South Korea should yeah, South Korea, yeah, they haven't been, South Korea, they need to learn to work with, well, not, well, North Korea, they still have a bad, but they're trying to work more and more with China. But I understand that because they're fighting for their economic survival. And I understand that. So I understand that they're fighting for their economic survival. And so if they have to partner with China and Japan, then they're going to do that. But so I understand that. But North Korea now, I don't know about that. They yeah, they do have a strange legal process. Yeah, they do have a very interesting, sometimes overly complicated legal process. But I understand. I want South Korea to be autonomous and deal with their neighbors a little bit more besides North Korea. I ain't got no love for North Korea at all. I would love for unification to happen. Like, I'm one, like, oh, we should, but I don't think in my lifetime I will ever see them coming. I don't think it'll ever happen, really. But I want South Korea to be more autonomous and not rely upon the United States for everything, whether it be their economic their protection, all of that. And they are very much relied upon the United States throughout history, through the good and through the bad. A lot of times through the bad. And right now, South Korea just needs to keep themselves afloat, like economically. And they're going through some ups and downs in their economy, which trickles down to all the rest of the companies, including Hybe too. Their stock has been up and down. And like I always keep track of what's going on in South Korea because I'm just curious about like their economics and what happened. But South Korea needs to be more, with a lot of people pushing for them to be more autonomous and more of their own agency. And but South Korea is, like I said, it's curious because their South power is beauty and K-pop and I have my problems with K-pop on a certain level. North Korea is nobody should be crazy, but the daughter is going to take over though. The daughter is going to take over in North Korea. You know, you see he's grooming his daughter to take his place, and I don't know if she's going to change anything though. You know, yeah, they do. They need to rely. I think South Korea needs to rely upon themselves a little bit more than what. Yeah, they want BTS to help out there. BTS helped out their economy so much that it is staggering. Like the numbers and the stuff that I reported on, it's just a small smidgen. It's staggering. Like I'm telling you, this year their tourism is going to be the biggest year of tourism ever. Like you mean to tell me the BTS gonna have Festa? You mean to tell me BTS is coming? They after all, let me tell you, let me get on my soapbox for a minute. Hold on. After all the bitching and moaning South Korea did about that one day concert, that one day, after all of the, oh, I miss my wedding, I miss my cat, I miss my job, I was late to work, I didn't make it to my Mima's house, whatever. After all of that, the numbers come out and it's like, oh, we made like 1,000,000,001. I'm like, after y'all complained literally for a whole month, all I heard is why BTS got to have a concert. Why did the roads are blocked off? It wasn't even that bad. The security, there's people everywhere. And then some armies were complaining that they weren't even allowed to see the concert because security had cordoned people off because people kept complaining. So after all this complaining, y'all done made like 100 million. like after all of this, you know, no, they just wanted to be upset about something. What happened to the weddings that got shut down? And then the thing about this that kills me about BTS is that you'll hear all these complaining, and then once the thing happened, the complaints go. I'm like, where are these people in their wedding at? Where the wedding people? What? No, we ain't got, because these people are threatening to sue y'all. I reported, I was like, these people are talking about, we're gonna sue. I was like, where the lawsuits at? Because people allegedly missed the wedding, or the wedding photographer was late, or he didn't bring his batteries and he had to go back home and get the batteries and then show up again. But I was like, so where's well, we're gonna sue Big Hit and we're gonna sue the city. None of this ever happened. None of that never happened. None of it. So I'm like, so y'all complaining about y'all was mad and y'all talking about y'all was gonna sue. None of this has happened. Nobody sued. Nobody died. Nobody missed their wedding. No photographer. I have heard not a peep of what happened to these alleged people who didn't make the wedding, or the photographer was late, or whatever the hell. I ain't heard about anything. What happened to these people? What happened to the wedding? I'm like, did the photographer make it or not? Oh, we don't know? Oh, okay. we don't know. I was like, I don't even know if this wedding and these people were even real, okay? I was like, does anyone know if these wedding complainers were even really having a wedding? That was my question. Because after the concert happened, I ain't heard not hide or hair since then. I ain't heard nothing about these people. Right. I was just like, y'all complaining about then people complaining that they got checked and they got patted down and they gonna sue. I heard about at least 6 or 7 different people who were talking about they were looking into litigation because of whatever it was. They was late to work. I don't know what it was. They were stuck in traffic. I don't know what it was. But after this, Nobody heard anything no more. So again, I hate to be the conspiratorial person, but I'm like, was these situations real, or did people just make this up? Because some of this stuff didn't seem like it was really real. Like it just didn't seem like it. I don't even know if these people were even real. I'm like, was this even real? Like, I'm like, did these weddings even happen? Or was it, oh, y'all are saying they said they just wanted attention? Okay, well, I guess so, y'all, because I haven't seen no follow-up. I went online and looked to see what was the outcome of some of these people, and to be honest with y'all, I didn't find anything at all as to, and there hasn't been any lawsuits filed, at least as of today. So I just, after all these articles that were written about these people were inconvenienced, or people were gonna miss weddings or whatever. I haven't heard nothing. I went and looked, and I was like, oh, what happened with the wedding people? Did they make it on time? No, no, no follow up. But of course, the Korean media is not gonna follow up. But yeah, the rhetoric around all of that, when in other places, in other countries, when BTS come, there's an economic boom and people are happy. Um, yeah, everybody makes money. Yeah, the rest is just extra money. These it's a huge thing that they call the halo effect. Everybody makes money. All the businesses around there, the hotels, the restaurants, the people, they have K-pop pop-up shops. There are people who have K-pop businesses in these cities that make all these people that's selling merchandise. There's all kinds of people that are making money. And so the idea that South Korea doesn't understand, South Korea has benefited more from BTS economically than the United States or any place else. South Korea benefits from the tourism. They benefit from everything that BTS does. They wouldn't have their tourism. They're like the number one tourist destination now because of BTS. Right? That's what I said. Like, yeah, they there was just $108 million spent in total. Like, yeah. What's a BTS fandom game? How would the player win? I have no idea. I haven't played a game ever. I haven't played any games in a long time. I'd have to think about that. A BTS fandom game. How would the player win? I don't know. How would the player win? Marry one of the members? Congratulations, you have married Namjoon. I won. I won. Like I won. Yeah, the K Media, they never, but I have to think about that, a BTS game. I have to see how games work. I haven't played a game in a long time, like a game. Not even a video game in a long time. But I think I think you should get your bias at the end. That's the real winner. Okay. You get a date with your bias. The wedding people may announce a lawsuit and maybe so. Maybe they still have time. A one BTS style competition. Yeah, that would be good between tour stops. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, then maybe the wedding people, the people can still issue a lawsuit. They still got time to get their money together and get their litigation. But I just haven't seen any kind of follow up of like what happened, and what they would have to prove that there's some kind of damages or something. I don't know, that they were late to the wedding. I don't think that's be enough to be suing Big Hit about, but people have sued over dumber stuff. But yeah, I think that like BTS has done more for Korea than anything. I mean, BTS is up there to me with like Samsung and like LG. Like, to me, they're in that level of like a Chaebol, because the Chaebols bring millions of dollars and jobs and everything like that. And to me, BTS are like Chaebols. Like, they bring money, they bring economic boom, and they just bring so much with them to South Korea, and through tourism, through goodwill, just through, branding deals, and all the people that they employ to go on these tours and concerts, and the people. It's just, to me, it's just like anything that BTS do, they should be kind of like given leeway, but it doesn't, and we all know it doesn't happen that way. BTS in Mexico, to me, I have a short coming out, to me, is a chef's kiss. That I actually am not fighting with Big Hit for once. That me and Big Hit are not, we're cool. Like, me and Big Hit, we've kind of made up. Like, me and Big Hit have not been cool for a while about this whole BTS thing. But me and their PR department, we're back being cordial. Like we've kind of cuddled up a little bit this week because what they've done in Mexico is to me a masterclass, a chef's kiss in what needs to be done and has to be done in K-pop to ascend another level. And so BTS have done all the right things, they've said all the right things, they've done all the right things, and it is a PR manager's just I mean, this is a dream come true. And that's how I look at it. I'm like, this is just a dream come true. I was like, finally, big hit. I like y'all a little bit now. I actually think you guys are semi-professional. Okay. Like you guys are really thinking outside the box for once. Yep. Yep. Because 9 times out of 10, I'll be mad at Big Hit. I'll be like, what are y'all doing? Like I just think that they don't do enough to protect their artists and they don't do enough to advertise and really leverage BTS's power. But in Mexico, we've called a truce. Like me and Big Hit, we're good. I'm like, all right, like good job. You know, I can say that. Now when they go other places and it don't happen, but so far, the US leg of the tour in Mexico, I have had no issues with with Big Hit and the things that and the money moves that they are making because again, I always think that Big Hit leaves money on the table. Y'all always know that I'm pushing for a K-pop tour. Y'all already know that CEO Kiki has pushed hard that somebody will hear me. Somebody will be like, K-pop tour? I'm like, cut the check. Send me the check. I'm like, I thought of it. That I need them to kind of push things a little. I need that K-pop tour. I need that K-pop hotel. I need that K-pop tour. I need Big Hit to listen to me on this when you're leaving money on the table. But they're gonna get there. Big Hits, they're gonna get there one day. They might surprise me. But I think that they've done really, really well. I think they've done really, really well. I think that people, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's in the chats. I don't know. I'm not on social media. I don't think that Mexican army thinks they're better than everybody. They're just a lot of fun. I think that from the videos that I've seen, but I'm not on social media. Um, but like I said, my thing about it is, it's not the fans because I could care less about them. Mine is what kind of moves are BTS making? Are we doing things that I feel like that's going to push this thing? I'm like, yes, Big Hit, you are. Congratulations. You have done your job. That's always my thing. I don't care about the fans in Tampa. I defended the fans in El Paso because people went crazy over that. People have some kind of weird like city competition. I look when BTS come to Arlington. Look, I'm in Arlington, Texas. We are lame as hell. Like BTS gonna come here, y'all gonna be disappointed as fuck because Arlington is not it, honey. It's not. It's not Dallas. It's not San Antonio. It's not Austin. Arlington is just. This is lame. Like y'all are gonna be like, oh, this is what y'all doing in Arlington. This is what we doing in Arlington. Yay! We are not a excitable people. Arlington is not that city. Arlington is not that girl. They just not. Arlington is just boring. This is boring. Like I'm like, boy, I said, thank God they didn't come to Arlington. Because between El Paso and Tampa, I said, ooh, y'all gonna be real disappointed. Because thank God Arlington is not my city, but it's in the vicinity. Like it's in the Metroplex, the DFW. But Arlington, I said, ooh, y'all gonna be, traffic is horrible. Ooh, it's real bad. It's hard to get around in Arlington. Ooh, there ain't much out there. I said BTS gonna come to Arlington and be like, what? This is Arlington? Yay, BTS. The crowd, people are boring here. They're just boring. All the fun is in San Antonio and El Paso. That's where all the fun people are. Arlington, we not, we just not that. It's lame. Yeah, they lame. Yeah, Arlington is pretty lame. Oh, we might have plenty international fans. Oh, good luck with them. Good, God bless them. You know. Uh, yeah, Arlington. Yeah, I'm just like, Yeah, y'all gonna be disappointed. Y'all gonna be like, okay, Arlington. Arlington is pretty lame. But it's where all the K-pop concerts go to. Like we've been to Globe Life. Bruno Mars was at Globe Life, and so was Stray Kids and ATs and a bunch of other people that have been at Globe Life in Arlington. It's just how big is Arlington Stadium? It's pretty big. It's where they play baseball at, so it's pretty big. You thought Tampa was gonna be laid back and chill, but yes, the Tampa surprised me. Arlington, they I'm still like boring. Well, Texas. Yeah, it's the one that the Cowboys play in. It's the big Arlington. But see, Arlington is not like Tampa. Like Tampa is like a big city. Arlington is not really a big city like Dallas or it's like a suburb. So it's kind of like a smaller town, but that's just where the sports, the arenas are there and stuff. But so it's just like every concert I've been to, I'm like, all right. Again, I'm not complaining 'cause I'm not the rowdy one at the concert. I'm sitting like this. I'm standing up here like this. Now for BTS, I will be more animated. I'll be like, woo! But for the most part, it depends on how much energy and how much alcohol I've had. Like if I've had more alcohol, then the more like lively I become. But um, they aren't playing at Ranger Stadium. Arlington, yeah, Arlington is like a college town. Yeah, yeah. It's like that. I don't know. I don't live in Arlington. I ain't never lived there. It's far. Arlington is like an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes from where I live. So it ain't like it's close. It's a drive. So it's gonna be a long day. Well, me and Jennifer, it's gonna be a long day and a long night. Because by the time we leave and traffic is gonna be bad. Like I'm kind of dreading. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. The more this time goes on, don't tell Jennifer. The more I'm like, I was all excited about BTS, and then I was kind of like, am I still excited? I asked myself this morning. I was like, am I still excited about going to see BTS? Even though I try not to spoil it and I haven't. But I'm just like, it's like kind of my excitement is kind of like damping down a little bit. Like it's just kind of like I don't want to get my expectations too high and me be like, well, that was okay. Yeah, that is true. It's Arlington is there's no way I'm gonna be calm. I mean, I'm gonna be excited. I'm gonna be hyped, yeah. But I just think that because I'm waiting so long, I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting. I think it's like kind of like my impatientness is kind of like, there maybe I'll get amped the closer it gets to it. Because right now it's not really real. Not right now it's just kind of like it's kind of like in like I'm so focused on moving that I'm just like, okay, well, I just need to get past the summer and move. So it's not really, I guess it hasn't really hit me yet. I guess the closer I get to the date, maybe it will hit me that I'll become more excited when it comes like to being August. But right now I'm so busy with moving and it's hot. It's starting to get real hot here and I'm sweating and I'm dying. And so I think my focus has been away from the concert and the tour to like I need to move and I got to do this and I do that. So I haven't really had a time to really sit back and really let it sink in that like I'm going to this concert and then I'm like, am I ready to go? I'm like, I guess. And so now I'm just kind of like, I just need to keep up. Like the momentum I had in the beginning when I first got tickets has kind of like died a little bit. It's kind of like left out a little bit, and I'm trying to like get more excited. That's how you were, and then all of a sudden it was April. Yeah, come. I know these 3 months are gonna be going by fast. I'm gonna look up and it'll be August, and I'll be like, oh my god, And then I'm like, because and then Jennifer, I don't know how she feels. I think I think she's looking forward to it, but not as excited I was when I bought the tickets. I was really excited. I was really like, yay, 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 yay. You're sinking in, talking to your mother-in-law about the plans and starting to sink in for you, starting to get real for you. It ain't got a real for me yet. Like I said, we got until August 16th, so I got a ways to go, and it hasn't really like sunk in for me. Somebody's text messaging me. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Who's texting me? Okay, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, hold on. Somebody's wishing me happy Mother's Day. Anyway, somebody's wishing me happy Mother's Day. This concert's in August. You know, it's good because the arena is on the inside. Like if it was on the outside, we wouldn't be going. Like I couldn't drag Jennifer there if it was outside. Like we don't go to outside venues. I know I'm only 11 rows. I still need to get I'm wearing hanbok, so that's the only thing that Jennifer will let me wear besides regular clothing. Y'all know Jennifer wouldn't let me wear nothing else. She was like, no, 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 no. Your concert is outside? Oh, Lord have mercy, girl. We do not do outside concerts. Me and Jennifer, I can't do it. Like Jennifer, I can't do it. I can't do it either. It's too hot, especially in Texas. This heat here will kill you. Especially in August. It's like 104 degrees in August. Like, and it's humid and it's stifling and you feel like you're gonna die. Um, I want this. Yeah, it's just Tampa was also Tampa outside, but it's not that bad, right? In Tampa, what temperature was it in Tampa? Is it like 60? Like I can deal with if it's like now. Well, no, I take that back. Today is hot, but I could take it if it was like 50, 60 degrees. The stadium has a rollback. Oh, there has a rollback roof. Okay, well, I need something with a roof on it. I don't want to be out there sweating. We had the outside ones, y'all get fireworks, but it's 104 degrees in Texas. Like that's too much for me. I'll be sweating and be ready to pass out and die and choke and just so. But I would say that so I am happy to see that the concert is going so well since we had such a shaky start in Korea with all the rain and all the naysayers and all the haters were talking about BTS didn't perform well. Now all of that is once again, it's amazing that all of that has disappeared. All of that has just went up in smoke. No one's talking about like how the first day or two started out bad with the rain, which not BTS's fault. They can't control the weather. But how people were on the internet talking about doom and gloom. I didn't see content creators videos show up in my recommends about how people were like BTS and fell off and then I had to do a video telling people, look, it's just one date. It rained really bad. They were trying not to hurt themselves. It's a safety issue and people were mad because, they're not dancing good enough. Now all of those complaints, where are those complaints at? Where are they at? I don't hear nobody complaining about BTS not dancing, BTS being lazy on the stage. I don't hear any of that now. None of that is now. None of that. So everybody, could it be kind of cold in August? No. In August, it is the hottest month in Texas. It's hot. It's hot. Steaming crazy hot. I went to AT's concert in August and it was, you know, yeah, I think so. I agree. Yeah, all the complaining about them doing choreo, and like, yeah, they're 30 somethings. I was like, come on now, y'all. Like, I was like, cut them some slack. And then it rained so bad, and I felt so bad for them that they got on social media and they were apologizing. And Jimin did his Weverse and where he was apologizing when it was nothing to apologize for. They can't control the weather. They can't get up there and dance and slip and fall and somebody broke their arm or their leg or twisted their ankle and then here they are for the rest of the tour for 6-7 weeks in a boot like Namjoon or God forbid broke their arm or shoulder or something. Like the comments that people were like, "Oh, BTS fell off. That's it. They done. They done." I was like, "Are we really finna? We gonna write BTS off of 2 concert dates?" Everybody was on the internet like, "This concert's gonna be horrible. The dancing is terrible." I was like, "You do know it was like pouring rain." No, BTS fell off. They not dancing enough. They're not energetic enough. I was like, it is pouring down rain. BTS then fell off. It's over. I don't know how many times I read where people or articles are like, BTS has disappointed their fans. It's raining, y'all. It's pouring. Not a little rain, pouring rain. And fans were disappointed. Why? It's raining. It's just, they act like they can control them. Yes, Namjoon is still icing his ankle. It's like they wanted BTS to get up there and dance and then fall. Like I don't understand like what they were wanting, you know. A lot of big stars had to cancel their tours. Yes, a lot of yes. Yeah, I haven't talked about that. But like G Idol, the girl group had they canceled their North American tours. Also, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the group called Alpha Drive One. They have some dates in many different places, and they have not sold the floor tickets. They have not sold like the tickets that are up in the stands, the cheaper ones, they sold. But the ones that are on the floor, first of all, I know some of y'all are like Alpha Drive who? It's fine. It's okay. I'm not hating on you. Okay. If you're like, wait a minute, who? I'm sorry. I know y'all are like, they got a North America tour, like a leg of what? Alpha Drive One is a new group that came out. That came out. They came out, I believe, last year, and they have been very popular in Korea. Though they're not very popular here, but even in Korea, their tickets were struggling to sell even in Korea. And so, aespa is doing a concert. Yes, they are doing a concert as well. They announced that. But yes, G Idol or Girdle, Geidel, y'all know who I'm talking about. But they had to cancel their North American tour very abruptly because they weren't selling. So so don't let these K-pop bands fool y'all. There are a lot of K-pop bands, of course, the summer touring season is coming and they're going to North America. But to be honest, when you go back and look at some of these groups' tickets that are available, they are not selling like they are they think that they are. And so people are trying to blame it on everything, like the weather, the heat, the economy, and that has something to do with it. But some of these tickets are really overpriced for these groups. I think Alpha Drive One, I think their tickets are like, it's not too bad. I think I looked it up. It was like 275 or something like that. Not too bad. Then the closer ones are probably like 400 or 500. But I still thought that that was too much for a band that just came out like 18 months ago. Maybe it's just me. But but yeah, even singers in the United States have been canceling. And yeah, Megan Trainor and Post Malone, because again, you know, not everybody can people have kind of, especially in K-pop, taken things for granted when it comes to groups like ATEEZ and Stray Kids and BTS selling out. Not everybody think they can do it. Back in the day, from what I know back in the day, I know people were telling me that a group wouldn't dare go on a North American tour if they've just been out like 18 months. And then again, what's happening with Alpha Drive One, they've had some scandals. One of their members is on hiatus because he's a whole asshole. But anyway, like I don't say that lightly. But he has gotten into trouble after trouble after trouble with staff, with saying rude things, with calling some other chick fat. Like he's gotten in a lot of trouble. But I don't think that would be enough to deter people. But the point is that what K-pop companies are messing up is they're getting chatter online and online fandom confused with real fandom. So the same thing with BTS. People, because there are a lot of criticisms about BTS and a lot of stuff like that, people get that confused. What's the reality is? The reality is BTS fan base is very diverse. And a lot of people are going to come to the concert that you normally don't see in army spaces or anything like that. With Alpha Drive One, yes, people have been talking about them for good or bad. Yes, they are kind of popular in Korea. Are they? Are they? But now I'm starting to question it, even their popularity in Korea, because even the tickets in Korea didn't sell out that quick. So a lot of these companies are getting online chatter and the fact that they have a lot of fans in these fan groups confused with like popularity. Just because you have a lot of people on your social media, on your Weavers, it doesn't equal into you're going to be able to sell tickets. So I think that K-pop companies are kind of falling into this trap of, oh, well, you're popular on social media, so we get a lot of engagement, so that means that translates to concert tickets. And they still have not learned that like internet engagement doesn't mean you're going to sell tickets. I mean, and you guys have never even heard of Alpha Drive One. Y'all are like, who who that? It's a boy group. Yeah, it's a boy group. And yeah, the BTS tickets are very high in demand. Yeah, but yeah, people do hate on BTS a lot. Yes. They had, yes, Alpha Drive 1 had two members from Big Hit's defunct group Project Team A, which James from Cordis and the guy from ADP who was not Tarzan. So they're carrying some of the popularity there. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Um did y'all see, speaking of Eric Nam, did y'all see the interview that Eric Nam did? Did y'all see that? I read the interview twice and I thought about posting about it, but I think I fell asleep and I didn't. Eric Nam, who's been around for a lot of years in South Korea, he did a really candid interview where he talked about being burnt out. He talked about being depressed. He talked about leaving Korea. Like he's back in America now. He talked about the pressure of being in Korea with Korean society. Oh, yeah, it's a fantastic interview. He talked about him suffering from depression for a long time and him leaving South Korea and going back to live in America. He was saying that he was so depressed and so bothered that he barely even left the house, that he would have a phobia about being out in public. And he felt so much pressure being in the South Korean industry and everything like that. And he talked about him moving back to LA. He talked about like him working on projects. He's working on behind the scenes projects like directing and writing and stuff like that now. But yeah, he just talked about that he felt awful. He was so depressed a lot of the times. And you know, it was very it was yeah, it was very he was depressed because he felt like in Korea there was a lot of pressure on him. Like a lot of pressure just being in the entertainment industry for him to succeed, for him to come out with another album, for him, all the things that he was doing. He just said that there was just a lot of pressure on him. And he just got to the point where he said he would barely eat. He said he had lost a whole bunch of weight. He talks about not eating for a day and eating just porridge before he would go to bed, that he was so depressed that he lost his appetite and that he was just a mess. He said he had to leave because it was just too much on him. The pressure to succeed, and yeah, I read that interview twice and I went over and watched it and it was just sad. The look on his in his eye, you could tell that like, I didn't know he had it bad like that, but he was like, yeah, he's like, I had to leave South Korea because he's like, it was just too much. It was just too much for him living in South Korea. It's too much, you know. And where is this? Where is the interview? I have to post it. I will post it. I will post it after I do this video. If you're looking to post on my channel, I will post the links for the interview and what he said. And it was very telling. And the fact that he didn't eat for days and he said he had gotten so skinny and lost so much weight because he was just in a state of like I mean the way he described it, he didn't say it, but almost like I would say like a mental breakdown. Like that's what it sounded like to me. That he wasn't eating, he wasn't going out. He said he was afraid to even like leave the house. And I was like, damn, that's just sad. But a lot of idols are like that. Like they don't, that they don't want to leave the house and everything like that. And fan meets or greets are wearing Western music. Yes. There's a pop star murdered in 2016. Yeah, they don't do that. Yeah, you noticed the weight loss? I didn't even notice it until they showed pictures of him. That yeah, he had lost a lot of weight. He had said he had basically stopped eating, you know. It's a very interesting interview. It's very sad though that he had to leave. But he's doing good now. He's producing, he's writing things, he's writing for TV shows and movies and K-dramas and all kinds of stuff. He says he's much more happier. He's eating, he's well, he's healthy, and that he just had to leave South Korea because it was just the industry was just too much for him. You know. Yeah, the anxiety and depression. And I like Eric Nam. I like him. You know. So it was just sad to hear him kind of vocalize and being honest about what happened. So you brought up Eric Nam. I'm glad you brought it up because I'm like, I didn't post that interview, but I fell asleep. But it was very telling. He's very candid about like his struggles. And it's just a lot. He said he moved. Yeah, he said he had to get the hell up out of South Korea. He said it was just too much. It's too much for him. So that was all. Yeah, I'll put that on my post. What the interview and in the article and the where you can watch the interview because I think it was on YouTube. Um, yeah, and he's being an American Korean. I think he talked about that too. That it was a different kind of pressure. Him being an American Korean. Um, that it was just, yeah, yeah, it's very toxic. It's very, very toxic. I mean, he didn't say it, but basically, yeah. And I told y'all that a lot of idols who aren't like in the limelight anymore, there was a female idol, I forgot her name or what group she was from. I think she's second generation, and she talked about not leaving the house. That she didn't leave the house for months at a time. That she would just sit at home and talk to her family, do video chats, invite people over. But she was so, I forgot the term for it. It was agoraphobia. I forgot the term for it. But she was scared to leave the house. She was scared to leave the house. She was scared to go to the grocery store. She was, her friends and family would invite her to go out and do things and eat dinner with them. She was terrified of leaving the house. And from what I've heard and what I've learned, and people told me in the industry, there are a lot of idols that are like that. They get to the point where they don't want to leave the house anymore. They're like, they don't want people to recognize them. They don't want people to look at them. If they've gained weight or something like that, somebody may point that out. Somebody may take a picture of them and be like, oh, look how much weight they've gained. So, that's another thing. This one idol, she was saying that she didn't want to eat in public. She was scared to eat food in public because she felt like people were going to scrutinize her, even if she ate in public. So she didn't want to go out. She just stopped going out. She just stopped leaving the house. And that's just, I was like, wow. So she just stayed in. That was the agoraphobia. Yeah, that's what it was. Yes. Yeah, and she just didn't want to leave the house. She just never left the house. It finally now, years later, that she's finally like got out and did interviews and talked about like the things that she's gone through. But she said that she still has a hard time. Like she has to convince herself to get out of the house, to leave the house, to go interact with family members and friends outside of her home, because her home became like, I guess, like her refuge and her sanctuary. Like it became the only place she felt safe. She didn't feel like somebody was going to hurt her or harm her. She just felt like she didn't feel safe out in the public, that people were going to scrutinize her and write things about her and maybe recognize her. Like it was really sad that, all the things that she went through. I think really with this lady, I think she was scared that people were going to say things about her weight because she looked different. And she, of course, she wasn't fat, but she was thicker than when she was an idol. And she looks older, and she's older now. I think she's like in her early 40s. So she was afraid that like people were going to scrutinize her looks and her weight based on when she was a idol, try to compare her to that, And so that's I don't like being around people. And yeah, she was right to think that, because there have been plenty of idols that people have seen out and people like, ooh, they didn't gain weight, or they look old, or he fat, or she fat, especially being a female too. Yeah, there was an idol from, I was just about to say that, from Girls' Generation. She said she still lives in the dorms. And I think she said the dorm mother lives like next door or above her. Yes, from Girls' Generation, she still lives in the dorms. I was floored. They couldn't believe when she came on the interview and said, oh, I still live. She never left the dorm. She's like, there ain't no reason for me to leave. Because she's like, I feel happy here. This is where I feel comfortable. She still stays in the dorms. I was like, she's still in the dorms. They was like, yeah, she's still in the dorms. I was like, what? I was like, girl, okay, whatever that makes you feel good. If she comfortable being in them dorms with the dorm mother, she was talking about her and the dorm mom was hanging out and they good friends. And she's like, oh, I like being here. She never left. She's like, I don't have no reason to go get my own apartment. I just stay here in the dorms. I'm like, well, hey, if that's what made her float her boat, and I'm not mad at her. That's what I read that, and I got a kiki, I got a tickle out of that. I said, she's still in the norms. She's like, yep. Right, save that money. Right. Yeah, I don't blame her. I'd save that money, because if she go and get one of these expensive high-rise apartments where she paying like $10,000-$15,000 a month, baby, why would you? So she can what? Clout chase like all them idols do? Because a lot of times when they go get in these high-rise apartments and everything, shit, they can barely afford it. A lot of these idols will go to these high-rise apartments that they can barely afford because they clout chase. They just have to keep up appearances, because people, they see you being an idol, especially an idol like Girls' Generation. They expect you to have money. They expect you to be living a certain way. There's a whole like clout chasing thing that comes around with keeping up the appearances of being an idol. So a lot of these idols get in these townhomes and these apartments and these penthouses, and they go broke. They can barely even afford to make the lease payments because it's just like, well, I'm expected to live rich and lavish. And some of them don't even have money. They don't have the money like that. They're not bringing in the income like that, to be paying $10,000, $15,000 a month. But they just have to keep up the appearance because they friends and other people in the industry expect them to be living well and living lavish. And Korean society, especially with idols, is very materialistic. There's a lot of a lot of materialism. That's one thing about South Korea I could say. Out of many things I don't like, is the level of materialism there. It's a very what they call it in South Korea. What do they call it? There's a South Korean term for it. I can't think of it. But there's a I can't think of it. I can't think of the Korean term. But there's a term of like lookism. It's what's called lookism. What we would say in English terms, but there's a Korean term for it, where everything is about how you look, where you live, what kind of car you drive, how you dress. Like it's a lot of that in South Korea, and I understand the historical reasons behind it, but it don't mean I gotta like it. It don't mean I agree with 16-year-olds getting double eyelid surgery and people in middle school and high school getting plastic surgery. Like I don't agree with none of that. But that's how they get jobs. That's how, and they've been trying to like clamp down on that over the years to where you don't have to send your headshot with your resume. And the better looking you are, the more chance that you're gonna land a job. All of that. It's a lot of that. But I think that like Korea kind of painted themselves in this corner that now they trapped and they can't get out of it. It's like it started out kind of like minuscule, but then it kind of like went to every part of their society. Now I can understand if you're an idol or you're an entertainer or you're working as an executive, maybe I can understand why you need to put a headshot with your resume. I get it. If you're an executive class, if you're a manager, if you're in company meetings a lot and you're kind of the face of the thing, your PR, I kind of get it. I don't agree with it, but I kind of get it. But I don't understand how you're some low level person answering the phones and you got to go out and spend $200 on a headshot because and go get your face done in order to get a job as a receptionist. Like some really low end, low level job that you're like, you got to go through all of that just to be a call center, just for you to be on the phone talking about, thank you for calling Samsung. How can I help you? Like, do you expect it to look a certain way just for that? Like, okay, if you're an executive, I get it, but a regular worker bee, you gotta be out here buying headshots. Yes, it's a social perception, It's just it's just the perception of that. Well, everybody got to look well or act like they're doing well and stuff like that. And then and then I've always talked about in China, how in China, when it comes to like the Lunar New Year and the holidays, and for the men and the women, and their parents are like, oh, do you have a boyfriend or girlfriend in China? And then they like, I don't. And then they have services where you can hire someone to pretend to be your boyfriend or girlfriend. I died when I found that out like 3 years ago. A part of me giggled, but then it was kind of weird. But then I was like, well, I kind of see how this can happen. So in China, they have these people you can rent. You can rent a boyfriend or girlfriend to go to like a wedding or a family reunion or a lunar holiday where you got to go back home. And of course, you don't want to go back home and tell your parents you ain't got no man, you just been single. So they have it to where you can rent a boyfriend or girlfriend, and it depends on how much you pay, how far you want it to go. I said, wait a minute, what? They were like, the more you pay, the further, it just depends on how many days you need this person, what you expect them to do. They can go spend the night with you over your parents' house. Like, I was like, are y'all gonna sleep together? Because I need to know. Some people said that's included in some of these services where it's like, okay, for an extra $200. Like, I guess because you have to keep up. They were like, well, I don't want to go home and tell my parents I've been single for 3 years. So, and then you rent out some really good looking person. And I was like, that's kind of sad, but then it's kind of ingenious too, you know. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. In Japan, yeah, I think Japan they have that as well, where you can rent a date, rent a date. They do have that in Japan. There's a YouTuber that I watch that lives in Japan, and that's what she does for a living. She Businessmen hire her, or even people hire her to go on dates, and that's what she does. Rent an AI boyfriend? Oh no, wait. I need to watch this show then. I'm not into K dramas, but I may watch that. But yes, they have it to where like in Japan, like I know there's a YouTuber that I watch, and she talks about her. She's been in Japan for like 2 years, and that's what she does. And she dresses up in the way they want her to dress up. And sometimes she'll wear like these like kind of like Lolita costumes, and sometimes she'll just show up as normal. Sometimes she wears different color wigs, and they rent her out like per. And she works for this agency, and through the agency, and they will rent her to, and she'll just go on dates with them. She's not sleeping with them, but they just want to go out on a date, and I'm just like, I guess if you got them, and it's not really expensive, like it, but I guess if that's what you want to do, boyfriend on demand, is it hilarious? Do I need to watch the Jisoo show? Okay, well, I need to watch that then. I'm like, I need America to come on board with this. I need somebody to invent a service where you just rent out a dude and for a day, or just for, like, not nothing strange, but just go on a date, And then the lady in Japan was saying that some of these dudes have been single for a long time, and they're not used to. They're really. I'm like, I got some furniture he could put together. I do need to rent a handyman. I need somebody to come over here and put this furniture. Matter of fact, when I get off this live stream, I'm gonna try to put my daughter's furniture together. Like I'm gonna try, y'all. Y'all pray for me because I'm not really good at putting together things. It'll probably take like 6 hours. It's a nightstand about this big, and I'm just sitting there going, I don't like. I'm not one of these people that are good at putting things together. Like there's some people who are just good at it. Like Jennifer, like my sister-in-law is really good at it. I'm not good at it, but I'm gonna try. I feel like it can't be that. I think it can't be that hard. Like I'm looking at pictures, going, I mean, how hard could it be, right? Am I right, guys? That's the last words. That's the infamous last words of somebody that's gonna have 40 pieces on her floor going, yeah, so I'm gonna have 40 pieces laid out going, oh, okay. And then I'm gonna give up. I'll be like, well, YouTube is my friend for that. I can't, I can do it. It annoys me that I'm unfortunately good at many things. Like I'm good at many things, many things. It annoys me in particular that I know how to draw, and I can build things from nothing. Like you can give me some pieces of wood or some popsicle sticks. I can make a house out of popsicle sticks, damn it. I have the vision. But if you give me instructions and a screwdriver and nails and a hammer, and you give me a bunch of pieces, my brain goes, wait. My brain is like, should we be doing this right now? Like my brain short circuits for some reason. And my brain is like, you know what? We could just put this together how we want to put it together. My brain is like, I got all this wood. We could build a house out of this. My brain doesn't like, follow instructions, and I got to read the instructions, and I get confused. And I was like, why can't I do it? Like I get so annoyed that I'm like, I can build things from scratch. Why can't I build things with instructions? Why? I can sew, I can knit, I can crochet, I can paint. Why is my brain like, no? Why does my brain see all of this? And I think it's kind of like, I have like this clutter chaos thing. Like I don't like a lot of clutter. I like sparseness. I don't like clutter or dirt or chaos. Like I don't like things just laying everywhere. Like I'm like a neat freak, and I think my brain just sees that as like this is chaos. I don't like it. But I'm gonna try though. Y'all, I'm gonna try tonight. Y'all pray for me. Y'all gonna ask me tomorrow. So, Kiki, did you put it together? I'm like, I'll be like, look, there's like 20 pieces on the floor, and I don't know where they should go. I don't know why my brain just short circuits on that. Oh, yeah, I do. I don't know why my brain just like, bleh. My brain sees all of that. Like, I guess if I could put it together and just take one piece, I have to like get the instructions and I have to ignore all the rest of the pieces and just get one piece at a time and just super hyper focus on that. Because I know some people, like when Jennifer's really good at putting it together. When Jennifer gets things, she takes it all in the box, she lays it all out, she looks at the instructions, she surveys the land, she's looking high, she's looking low, bitch. She's looking at all the pieces and she's like, I got this. Then she gets her drill, vroom, vroom, and Jennifer's like, vroom, vroom. Okay, next piece, vroom, vroom, next piece, vroom, vroom, next piece, vroom, vroom. Then she's holding things and putting together and she's screwing them in. I don't understand that. But then again, Jennifer can't build things. Like I would be like, just give me some popsicle sticks and a fork. And then she's like, how did you make a mansion? I was like, look, a 3-story mansion out of popsicle sticks and some forks. She's like, well, what is wrong with you? I was like, I made that one day. I was bored. Sometimes I just be bored. And I'm like, let me make something. I can make a house out of cups, you know? Give me some Legos. I can get down. But I like, it's amazing that like I'm Miss super duper creative, you know, and then like, but I can't do that. Like it makes me angry. It makes me really mad. I'm like, why can I do this? I'm like, ah. Like I act like a little kid. I'm like, I should be able to do this. I'm like, I'm smart. I know how to read. My ability to do things is based on I know how to read. I can read stuff. I know how to look at pictures. Damn it. I know how to work a drill. Kind of. I don't even know how to really, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know how to work a drill good. But I'm like, I can build things. I can do stuff. And then I get so annoyed like so quickly. So I'm gonna try, you guys. I'm gonna try. My daughter's like, are you? I'm like, tonight, it may take me 10 hours to put together a nightstand, but I may have to do something and leave it alone and come back to it. But I know Jennifer's probably like, just let me do it. I do. I'm an artist by nature. I'm a creative, not an engineer. Yeah, there you go. I do not buy a dresser from Costco. No, it's not from Costco. Yeah, it is a Star Trek reference. I love Star Trek. I'm a big Trekkie. But I'm gonna try tonight, you guys. And then if I get just complicated and frustrated, I'm just gonna be like, I quit. I get frustrated very easily, and I'm just like, I don't want to do it no more after this. And then I'll be stomping around like a little kid. But I'll try. But anyway, my last topic we need to talk about is the video I did about the New Jeans litigation that they are being sued. Adore is being sued, technically speaking, for plagiarism. Now, y'all say a moment of silence for all the bunnies. Just cry. Just cry. Cry freedom for the bunnies. Cry freedom. Cry. Oh, cry freedom. Yeah, these buddies been on the internet ducking and dodging, and they're a little quiet. I'm like, so buddies, y'all ain't got nothing to say. Y'all ain't. They like. I think they're gonna come back with something soon, probably by tomorrow. But like, yes, cry freedom. Like they have been so quiet. I was like, I thought only plagiarism was in it. I thought they were the only ones that was out here plagiarizing people and copying shit. Oh, y'all too? Okay. Like, yeah, the bunnies, they need to run away. They need to be drug up out of here. But yeah, I'm like, y'all been real quiet. Like the whole Korean media is such a joke to me. Like, did y'all see the thing? Okay, so the thing, like my thing about the Korean media, like a long time ago, I thought I was seeing things. Okay, I thought it was just me because I'm not into conspiracies and all that. But the way they craft things in different publications is insane to me. Like the way they talk about Adore and Bong PD is like Bong PD is worse than the devil, like Bong PD. He's scamming, he's IPO. The way that they craft things and they make it sound so evil. But then if another CEO does the same thing, then the wording is different. And the way that they craft things is just different. And so the same thing with this whole Adore like lawsuit thing. Like if it was Adore, if it was Eyelid or B-Lift Lab or BTS, God forbid BTS, being sued for plagiarism and stuff like that, it would be nonstop on the news 24/7. Like we would never hear the end of this. But the fact that they've kind of like lowballed the story where it's like, and they put it out there. Wait a minute. Adore is being sued due to plagiarism. I'm like, so when the fuck y'all care about Adore? Like when do y'all? So when it comes to them mentioning anything about New Jeans, have they ever mentioned anything about Adore unless it's a lawsuit? It's never Adore, blah, 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 blah. Anything that happened to Eyelid, it's Eyelid is accused of plagiarism. Now it's Adore. I said, oh, you bitches, Adore, and New Jeans are accused of what? Oh, okay. So now it's okay. No, because if this was Eyelid, it'd be like Eyelid stole a damn song. They are accused of plagiarism. Now it's Adore is accused. I said, oh, Adore now. Oh, okay. Y'all, Adore is accused. Adore is. Yep. Oh, yeah. The agency for New Jeans. Oh, okay. All right. Got you. Adore now. Adore is up front. They're the first thing you read is Adore. Now, oh, yeah, and by the way, New Jeans. What? And knowing damn well, this is like I said, the headline should read, according to South Korea, this is how the headline should read, y'all. New Jeans then stole this song from the songwriters. New Jeans has plagiarized an American songwriter. That I'm like, let me rewrite this article K-pop crew K media style. New Jeans has stolen a song from a writer. She is accusing them and suing their asses off. New Jeans stole a song. New Jeans stole it. They stole a song. I'm like, that's how the article really should read. Oh, by the way, and at the end, oh, by the way, New Jeans is represented by the agency, and the agency said they didn't do it. But New Jeans song, this is the song that they stole. The lyrics, they stole it. Sweet, it wasn't sweet. It was sour. The New Jeans took it. They was them. Because that's how the K-media craft anything about any artist. Because we all know damn right that if there was some plagiarism about a BTS song, they would be like, BTS! Hooligan wasn't theirs. Watch me, hooligan. Ha 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 ha. The ha 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 ha. BTS stole, okay? Oh, by the way, BTS represented by Big Hit, yeah. I mean, it would be, BTS would be front and center. Y'all know. Matter of fact, if BTS stole a song, they'd be like, damn, June and J-Hope and Jungkook wrote this part. It was his idea. They be throwing all the members under the bus. Jungkook thought of the ha 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 ha. He said he composed the song, but we have proof the hooligan was made by somebody else. You know what I mean? I'll be like, oh nah. They would throw Jungkook and BTS all under the damn bus. They'd be like, this song was stolen by the members. But New Jeans is like, well, adore, adore. It's I adore plagiarize. I'm like, oh, that's new. Okay, yeah. Oh, all right. Thank you, K Media, for showing that transparently that you people are the worst group of media people that I have ever known, and that they will craft a narrative and throw a door or Hybe under the bus at any moment. But anytime New Jeans do something wrong, it's like we gotta put New Jeans way down there and wait, just don't mention them too much. I'm just like, I read that article, I was like, all right, y'all just K Media, I just I said, no wonder I'll be mad at y'all all the time. You know, they would say anything. The media, if any member of BTS got caught plagiarizing, or somebody's accused them of plagiarism, the immediate heat would be on BTS and whoever had anything involvement with that song. They would throw Namjoon or Jungkook or J-Hope or anybody under the bus very quickly. They would barely mention Big Hit. They would mention Hybe for sure. Because again, when it comes to BTS, somehow Big Hit doesn't exist. It's always Hybe this, Hybe that, Hybe that. I'm like, Big Hit, they do have a subsidiary. I'm like, they never mentioned that. It would just be Hybe plagiarized, Hybe and BTS and Namjoon. Because somehow I just feel like they would blame Namjoon regardless. Plagiarize the song. That would be how it would go. They would always put them in the line of fire. But with New Jeans don't ever get to be in the line of fire. Anything that happened with New Jeans, it's Adora's fault. And then they barely mentioned Bana. I said, we're not going to mention Bana. Oh, then at the bottom of the article, they were like, well, they asked Bana. I said, yeah, because Bana is the one that did the damn song. They were the producers and the A&R for New Jeans. Mini Jen's friends were the A&R. We ain't going to mention nothing about Bana? Okay, like we just going to pretend that Adore made this song. Bana made this song. So I'm like, the demos went to Bana. Like, okay. It went to Bana. Bana is still, like I said in my video, let me remind you guys. Remember I talked about a contract that Bana still has. Bana still has an open-ended contract with Adore where they get paid regardless of whether they're making music or not. Let me add that again. Bana gets paid every month, even though, yes, they do have a New Jeans album coming up. But Bana has been getting paid regardless because they have some weird ass Minhee Jin contract they signed where they get paid regardless per month, regardless of whether they're making music or not. So there you go. So Bana is still in contract with Adore, y'all. So I have to remind y'all, because some of y'all were shocked when I did my video months ago, and y'all were like, they're still under contract. They're still getting paid. So they are under contract, and they're working on this new album with New Jeans. And so it's their fault. It's really on them because Adore's executive, they're not sitting there in a room with them where they're going over demos. Like, so they just have to kind of take their word for it and try to mitigate this. I think in this case, I think that they're going to settle out of court. I really do feel like they don't want to go to court. I think Adore doesn't want to go to court. And I think that they will settle and pay them their money so they can go away. That's what I feel. I don't think Adore wants to go to court with nobody else. You know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes, yeah, I think that, yes. And then also the news with New Jeans is that Adore said that they were talking to Minji, whatever her name is. Yeah, they're talking to her and they're trying to work things out. It's been a long time. It's been since November. So they've been talking to her. I was like, how long do they need to talk to her? How long? I'm like, I just want to know what's the problem. That's why I couldn't work for Adore. I'd walk in and be like, so what's the problem up in here? We got some beef? I want to know what's the problem with Minji. I am really curious. I promise you, it don't take 7 months to make up your mind whether you gonna be in a fucking group or not. Like, why is this taking so long? Like, I just don't understand. You know, like, why is this? They should replace Danielle. You think they should replace? I just don't understand why this is taking so long. Maybe Minhee Jin and maybe Danielle has something to do with it. I don't know, but I just find it really, really odd that they're like, the talks are going well. They're progressing. They're progressing. Like, what? What? Progressing? It's gonna be a year, and they'll be like, we're still in talk. How long does she need? Look, I be like, look, lady, either you gonna get out this contract and pay this money, or I'm gonna need you to start rehearsing and practicing and singing these damn songs with these other ones, with Hani and Hane and Head, and I need you to be with them. I need y'all to all be cohesive, and we need to get. This is taking way too long to me for this to be resolved. They did that song Bubblegum, but this is a new lawsuit. Yeah, the lawyers, they went to Billboard first. That's what I said. How long does she need? Yeah, the other three are in Copenhagen. They're practicing. They're singing. They're going to the damn Lego store. I'm like, how long does she need? Like, how is she going to keep up with the speed with the other? If the other ones are practicing and allegedly laying down vocal tracks and rehearsing, how is this going to happen when she's not out here doing anything? How is that going to work? So they got several plagiarized songs. Yeah. It is weird. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, how is she going to catch up to speed with the other ones? And they're still in talks and they're making progress. How long does it? I'm like, how long does it take? Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, can they just disband? Yeah, getting Hani back was bad enough. I am all for New Jeans disbanding. I've said this for a year now. I was like, cut your losses, disband it. At this point, with this new lawsuit, New Jeans is costing them more money than what it's worth. They got all these lawsuits. They got these breach of contract. Is she pregnant? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, is she having a baby? What the fuck is she doing? Like, she waited 9 months, girl. She gotta wait. I'm just like, how long does it take for you guys to make a comeback? How long does it take for you to practice? It's been since November. I'm like, it takes y'all 8-9 months for y'all to practice and get this shit together. I'm like, New Jeans is talentless. I didn't want to say it though, but y'all said it, not me. There you go. I remember y'all. I didn't say it. I didn't call New Jeans talentless. Remember y'all, Shelly did. Y'all can call Shelly and be like, hey, what? I didn't want to call New Jeans talentless, but let's just say they lack talent. They lack a lot of. I never understood what New Jeans' appeal was. I went back the other day and watched their videos and listened to their songs, and I'm watching them going. I'm like, they look like any other girl group. I didn't understand what the appeal of New Jeans was. I went back and watched their interviews. I went back and watched them do their live streams, and for the life of me, I just don't understand it. Their concept to me wasn't anything special. Their music to me there's a few songs that were catchy, and that's about it. And no shade to them, personal against them. I admit it. I don't like girl groups, but there are some girl groups that I don't like their music, but I get it. I'm like, oh, I can see why they're popular. Oh, I see why people like them. But New Jeans is one of these groups that I watch over and over again, and I'm just like, I don't understand what this basic bitch appeal is, because they seemed very basic to me. And it's not the young lady's fault, but their whole concept, maybe it's just me, maybe it just doesn't appeal to me. It just doesn't appeal to me. And like, they're singing and their talent, and I heard them live, and I'm just like, oh, okay, ladies. Like, it was a Frankenstein monster of old R&B concept. Yes, it was just like a mishmash of, yeah, I watched their music is catchy. It's like, it is some earworm and catchy, but I just didn't understand why people went like that crazy for them. But yeah, I just, like I said, as somebody who doesn't like girl groups, but I do see a lot of girl groups that I get it why they're popular. But New Jeans is not the only one. There's some other girl groups that I don't understand what was the appeal there. But but there's just some girl groups I see, and I get the vision. I'm like, oh, I get why people like them. Like, either they're very beautiful, or their dancing is just spectacular. But New Jeans is one of these groups that I'm just like, their dancing wasn't really that spectacular, and their look was for me, just a throwback for some from the 90s. I just was like, to me, in order for you to be like a good girl group, there has to be something that makes you different, that differentiates you from other girl groups out there. And I just, maybe at the time, maybe because I wasn't into them back then or know about them back then, maybe at the time they were very innovative in doing something different than other groups. I have to go look at the other groups around that time. But compared to the groups now, it's just kind of like, okay, you have Heart to Hearts, you have Kira's, you just have a bunch of girl groups out there that are kind of like New Jeans esque now. But I guess maybe you didn't have that back then. So I give them, they were marketed as BTS little sisters. I heard that. They appeal as to adolescents. Okay, yeah, they didn't go on tour. They weren't battle tested. They didn't have a lot of experience. Because New Jeans debuted when the girl crush concepts were popular. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Okay, I didn't know that. No, no, I didn't know that. That they came out when the girl crush. I don't like the girl crush concept. It's okay. Like I said, but again, my idea of a good girl group to me is Blackpink when Blackpink were Blackpink. Not this, not the deadline. Moment of silence. Y'all remember when I was so excited about Deadline? We don't talk about that. Y'all remember when I was so excited before Deadline came out? Y'all remember in January I was so excited. I was like, it's gonna be Blackpink and BTS going head to head. Y'all remember when I said that? I was wrong. I was so wrong. I was like, they're both going to be nominated for Grammys. Y'all remember, I was so excited about Deadline. Y'all remember that? I was so excited. I was like, oh, I'm so excited of what Black. I have never been so wrong in my life. I did. I fell for the pride propaganda, y'all. You can't find a single Blink. There are Blinks online to defend that album to this day. Yeah, I can't. Y'all remember I was so hyped about Deadline. I thought about that yesterday. I said I was so hyped. I even did a poll on my channel. I was like, who's gonna win more awards, BTS or Blackpink? And you guys were like, "Pfft." Y'all were like, Blackpink gonna win none. I was like, oh. Zero, none, zilch. I was like, come on now, y'all. Like, maybe it might be even, or yeah. I really honestly did in my heart of hearts think that Blackpink was going to turn out a very spectacular album. And yeah, there are so many Blinks who really did love it. I was so disappointed. I listened to the album and was like, they could have did so much more with a better concept and a better album. And I'm still mad about that Deadline album. It is such a waste of Blackpink's talent and their potential. I don't know if I'll ever forgive YG for this one. I forgave YG for a lot. Y'all know I like Daddy YG in my spirit. I know y'all hate him. I know y'all hate Daddy YG. I know Daddy YG got some really sketchy behaviors. Like I said, I tell everybody, if you want to know more about Daddy YG, go back and watch that Big Bang documentary, those episodes they were doing, and you will see all you need to know about Daddy YG, because Daddy YG ain't nothing nice, honey. He was ruthless. He was really, really ruthless. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I guess it worked for him being very ruthless. And he was just very mean. He was just mean. Like, that's the way I can describe it. Like, every time I would see him on the screen, I would cringe and like, oh God. Like, the way he would talk to Big Bang was very, I don't know, it was just mean. It was just kind of mean. It's kind of mean. And I like him, but it was just kind of mean, you know. And so I don't know, you know. I like Lisa. Lisa's my bias, and I like her music. I like that she's going to Las Vegas. I like that all of them, that they are moving on and doing their own thing now. But uh, I'm glad. I'm glad they're free of YG in that way. I don't know how long they signed a contract for. Some people are telling me that the contract ends at the end of this year, maybe 2027. I hope so. I hope they run and free and go do their fashion thing and just go be cute and come out with music and like Jenny. And like I said, I just feel like YG, I don't know if I could ever forgive YG for wasting their careers. Like, I don't know. Like, I thought about the other day, someone was like, well, can you forgive YG? I'm like, I don't know if I can. Like, there's always going to be a sense of sourness in my taste about how they like really just messed up Blackpink, like all the way. They wasted um everything. Like, they did everything. But yeah, I'm glad that they broke free and making money, making their money. Um, People say Cat's Eye talent is being wasted. I hear these arguments all the time about Cat's Eye, but I'm like, Cat's Eye is popular though. Like, y'all, like, to me, I'm like, are they making money? Are they popular? They're very popular. Do I think that Cat's Eye need to mix up a little bit of something else? Then yeah, probably. But then again, it's like always with the music industry is a balance between artistry and what is working. And for 9 times out of 10 for an agency, they're gonna go with what's working. And Cat's Eye, they're popular. Like, my daughter doesn't like them, but all her little friends, they love Cat's Eye. They're like tweens and 13-year-olds. They love them some damn Cat's Eye. So Cat's Eye's music is not made for me, and they're extremely talented. Like, they all can sing and dance very well. And I understand that people feel like, but I'm just like, I mean, I'm old. Like, I just like, I acknowledge that there are just certain things that are just not for me. Cat's Eye, I see the vision, so I understand what they're trying to do. I get it. But they're very popular. As much as people be dissing Cat's Eye, my little cousin came over here and she's 10 years old and she's like, pinky up, pinky up. I'm like, okay. I walked down the street, pinky, the little girls were in the parking lot, pinky up, pinky up. I said, all right. They're like, oh no, we love Cat's Eye. I'm like, okay, I mean, there's nothing I can say about that because whatever they're doing, it's working because they're popular, and they're one of the most popular. Well, they're not K-pop, but they're one of the most popular up and coming groups right now. Like, they steamroll over um, uh, any other. I can't think of any other female group right now that is that popular as Cat's Eye. But they are extreme. From what I've been told, they are extreme. They can write, they can sing, they can dance. They're very gorgeous young ladies. But the agency is just gonna ride this wheels until they're gonna ride this train till the wheels fall off, honey. Yeah, I can't deny that their songs have charted. Their songs keep on charting. As long as their songs keep charting, they gonna keep doing the same shit because that's just how the industry is. They'll beat that dead horse forever until, you know. I don't even like girl groups, and I don't even really like Cat's Eye, but I understand at least they're different. Like, when I look at and again, it's hard to compare them to K-pop because K-pop is so very different than what Cat's Eye. There's nobody really like Cat's Eye. Now, Hybe has another girl group coming out. They have two different girl groups coming out. They have the one that's underneath Pledis, and then they have the other one. What's her name start with? Girl, child. Okay. What's the other girl? Polaris, Petal. What's their name? Pusha T? What? What's the other girl group that's coming out? What's their name? Polaris, Petal, Pulse, Prelude. I almost said Pusha T. Y'all know what I'm talking about. She said Pusha T. Pusha T, Porto. Yes. Prelude. That's coming out, and that's going to be different than Cat's Eye. From what I hear, they're going to be have a more like R&B kind of like flavor. But this other girl group with this new ABD this new thing, I don't know. I have to see it. I have I don't I'm confused. I'm confused as to why Hybe would start another subsidiary with Pledis. I'll be doing videos on them too. Prelude. Yeah, I'll be there. I will be there. You watch K-pop Spotify talk show? Oh yeah, I've been heard about that. And the host and K-pop OG says Cat's Eye is K-pop because they train under a K-pop system. Oh, that's what it stands for. A bold dream. Oh, okay. ABD stands for a bold dream. Okay, well, I didn't know that. Thank you. I don't think Cat's Eye is K-pop because they don't fit anything in the mold in K-pop. I understand they train underneath the K-pop system, but I don't consider Cat's Eye. I think it's because big hit focus, and that would be, yeah, I agree. Yeah, Prelude was at the award show. They hadn't even debuted yet. Does Prelude have a bad record for girl groups? That's what people keep telling me because they had some other groups. I think Fromis or something, some other girl groups or whatever that they scrapped or whatever. But so I guess that's what a lot of the fans were saying that they didn't want Pledis to have any control. Yeah, the K-pop system is just the Motown system, and it has an old school A&R. Exactly. There's nothing new that K-pop hasn't invented under the sun. I've said that before. There's nothing new. Girl Set don't sound like K-pop either. I have yet to listen to Girl Set song. But yes, they are a global group. Cat's Eye and Girl Sets and Prelude and this other group are global groups. They're not traditional K-pop because they're they don't even look like K-pop. They don't move like K-pop. They don't act like K-pop. They got boyfriends. They're licking faces. They're grabbing crotches. I love Cat's Eye because of that. I love it. I'm just like, I mean, I'm not into girls, but I'm just like, I am a down to earth subversive. To me, chaos is a ladder. I love chaos in K-pop. K-pop is too regimented, too much of gotta stick up its fucking ass for me to be dealing with it. I love anybody who comes in and like blow shit up. I love anybody who's like, guess what? Bam! I'm like, oh, like yes, chaos, chaos. I like anybody that blows things up in K-pop. I like dating scandals. I want people to date. I want people to fall down drunk somewhere. Like, I like chaos. Chaos is good for the industry because it is too controlled. It gets too controlled. I get bored with it. But I like chaos. Speaking of chaos, I got a video coming out about JK, about Jungkook in the winter tattoo scandal. I still stick by my previous video. I have always said and gone on the record as saying that I think that JK got the tattoo. I said that he got the tattoo before he went to the military. I have said that him and Winter looks like they have matching tattoos, but I just don't understand it. That's why I've always said, in my mind, from the things that I heard, I've always said before that I think JK and Winter were together. And I think that they broke apart. And I think that part of the reason why this keeps coming up is because of just coincidence. But I think that I've always felt like something happened. I always feel like something happened and I don't know who to blame or who not to blame. But that's why I've always stated. I feel like something happened. So I don't know who's mad at who. I don't know who's angry at who. I don't know who to blame. I don't know if there's a third party in this that have drummed this up. But I said somebody keeps bringing this up, and some of it is the public, but some of this seems somebody is angry. I said I always feel like somebody's angry, and I don't know who's angry. I said I don't know if she mad, he mad, or somebody else is in this situation that's mad. But I said somebody's mad, and there's enough inkling for me to be like, okay, here come a JK and Winter rumor again, and the rumors have been stirred up yet again. Yeah, he does have a tattoo. I saw it. I saw it. He saw he. Yeah, it's like the song down. Yeah, the song down thing. Yeah, I called that a long time ago. I said she telling the truth. When I saw the videos of Song Down, I asked people and I was like, so, and they were like, yeah. They were like, oh yeah. When she was posting videos, I was like, that's Jimin's house. Someone's like, yeah, it is. And I said, she was posting those videos. I said, some of it is fabricated, but Song Down was telling the truth. Her and Jim, but it wasn't like she was trying to make it out to be. But thank God she didn't. Go on, girl. But the Winter JK thing, I don't think Winter is not bringing this up, and neither is JK. I think somebody is stoking all of this. And again, I don't feel like they're together now. I've asked people, and people said no, they don't feel like. And that all I can take it is I take it with a grain of salt. But people are telling me no, he is not with Winter. But somebody's telling me it could possibly be that they were together. But as to why they would get matching tattoos when it's not a Korean thing. So I don't know if they were drunk one night and was just like, let's go get tattooed. Let's go. I don't know what young people be doing. I've done some really impulsive things. But I can see one person getting a tattoo, but I can't see both people. But it's there. I saw a video, a picture in a video recently, and I was like, okay, it's a rehearsal. And I saw the video, and I was like, there is something there, and I can't deny it. So I've said it before. I said if the tattoo is real, I believe it was something that was done a while ago and maybe in haste and maybe and that they don't want to talk about it. But even if they are together, I support it. If JK is with Winter and he is happy with her and they are together and he is happy, I want JK to be happy. If he's with this Winter girl, then I support it completely. And if he found somebody to love him and he wants to get and they want to get matching tattoos, and I'm like, you two kids, you two crazy kids gonna be cute together. I'm like, oh, you crazy kids, you know. Then I want these two crazy kids to roll off into the sunset and get married and have babies, and I want all that for JK. But the speculation really at the end of the day is really none of our business. But I just wish they wouldn't hide it and just come out and be like, yeah, we're in a relationship. Yeah, I love this person. We're in a relationship. What are y'all gonna do about it? Bitches. And then what y'all finna do? Then let the hate train continue. So maybe after the tour, he will come out and say something or not. I don't know. Like I said, they're two consenting adults. They would look absolutely positively gorgeous together. They're both very good looking people. Was it the puppy tattoo? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. People gonna lose their mind when they get married, have babies. Like, I'm just like, it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And they were. It was during rehearsal, and he had lifted up his arm, and you can. And I'll post the pictures. I will post the pictures, but you can clearly see it. You can see it. It's no mistaking that tattoo is there. None. I was like, before I thought the pictures were photoshopped and people contemporary, but now I'm like, oh yeah, it's there. It's there. And the fact that did Winter have the puppy? Yes, she does. She has it underneath here. And then I'm there. I'm like, if you're gonna get matching tattoos, he should have got it behind his knee or on his thigh or someplace where nobody could see it. Like, I don't understand. I guess my questioning is the judgment of these two people because I'm like, why would you get a tattoo here? He could have got it on his back. She could have got it on her hip. They could have got matching tattoos any places, but I'm like, why would we get it here on their own? I don't. That's what trips me up all the time. I'm just like, oh, JK and Lisa. Oh Lord, I know I had to fight somebody. I was like, they're JK and Lisa. I don't think they would either. They were friends, you know. I saw the wrestling match. It was fun. Yeah. There's a tattoo maker foundation this summer is going to be hot outside. Yeah, it's going to be hot outside. Yeah, see, Alice, that's why I'm confused too, because I'm like, getting matching tattoos is not a Korean thing. It's something that doesn't happen in Korea. And number two, even people who are married and engaged in Korea don't even get matching tattoos. So it's just very curious to me. And I'm like, were y'all drunk one night and you motherfuckers was like, that's the only thing I could think of. And then maybe they were drinking together and they were like, let's go get matching tattoos. And yeah, it sounds great. You know, and I'm thinking, were y'all drunk? Were y'all drunk? And y'all were like, oh, we're in love. And and then they went to go get tattoos. That's the only thing, because logically, to me, it makes no sense. It culturally makes no sense. It makes no sense unless you plan to marry someone. And even then, Koreans don't get matching tattoos. Koreans don't get tattoos like that. Like, I don't, and then like, I would think like, what would the agents, both of their agencies have to say about this going, what the hell? Like, what'd you do? You know, like, why would you go? And I was like, so it could have been a thing where it was impulsive. And then the next morning they're like, okay, what did we just do? Oh, hell. like, oh man, like, oh, we went out and got matching tattoos. Damn. And maybe it was something that they did in post. That's the only thing I can think that, because career-wise, I would never think JK and Winter, these two that have been in the industry for quite a while, would be this stupid. Because it would be dumb to have the tattoos in that spot, that you both have tattoos in that spot. Like I said, they could have got matching hip tattoos and it would have been fine. So nobody would have ever seen it. Nobody would ever pay attention. So I really get tripped up on the logic of it all, to trying to ruin your career, you know, Oh, you and your husband got matching tattoos? Yeah, it's still speculation. Yes. It's still, yes. I have to preface it by saying it is still speculation, but it looks very odd that JK seems to be wearing long sleeves and things to try to cover up his arm when a lot of these places is going to get hotter, especially in Texas. And it's weird to me that I've seen videos of them like with tank tops on, with tank tops on and all kinds of stuff. And JK, who has a nice physique, and I'm like, JK ain't running around with no tank top on. It is yeah, don't yeah. Texas heat is brutal. Yeah, he won't show his arms anymore. That's always tripped me up. I'm like, but then getting in, like I said, young people do dumb things when they're drinking. When you think you're in love, you know, people do. Can he just use makeup? He can, but then it'll kind of like sweat off and be kind of obvious. So, but yes, I mean, I can understand that JK is where, but he's always covered up, even when he's at the gym. And I'm like, and I went back and I'm like, I start watching old videos of JK working out and things like that. And JK wore a tank top sometimes. I'm not expecting him to run around in a tank top 24/7. Now look, if JK want to run around in a tank top, I'm not against it. I'm all for that. But I went back and watched old videos and things, and he would wear tank tops and t-shirts. I mean, just wear a t-shirt. Like I'm just like, so we're wearing an undershirt with every t-shirt. I'm like, isn't that kind of hot? Like it's a bit strange. I'm like, this is weird. Even when rehearsal and everything, I'm just like, so we're not wearing any t-shirts? Child, is weird. It's weird. And so I was like, mm-mm. It's weird. And all these tattoos that JK has, and he has shown his tattoos on his body, on his chest. It's nice, beautiful tattoos. But then like he has that one arm covered up, and I'm like, bro, you ain't fooling nobody. I wish he would just be like, yeah, I got a tattoo. Yes, we were in a relationship and or it ended. Or we are still in a relationship and just rip. I wish somebody be brave enough to just rip the band-aid off this thing and be like, I'm dating, leave me alone. Okay, great. And I understand there's gonna be a hate train, there's gonna be all that. But I just think that armies and ESPA fans, I don't know what ESPA fans is called, ESPAettes, ISPAs, USPs, or whatever they call it. I just think that somebody needs to lead the fans to getting over this because BTS are getting older. They're gonna get married one day, y'all. They're gonna have kids. They're gonna want to like settle down and all that. And I think that people just need to be accepting of it and just ESPA fans are called Mize. Okay. Okay, Mize. ESPA fans are Mize. Mize. Yeah, just come out and say it. Yes, I agree. Take the heat and get over it. And make the fans get over it. Make the fans on both sides to get the F over it. Everybody needs to get over it. I want JK to be happy. If winter is his happiness, is his happy place, then he needs to be there. He needs to be there with her. He needs to keep a hold of her. This industry is too lonely and too toxic, and you never know who you can trust. And so if JK found someone he can trust and love and feel comfortable with and come home to, then I want JK to have I don't want JK to come home and do 8-hour live streams and be lonely. I want JK to have Winter sitting there and they will do whatever they want to do. And I want him not, in my mind, to feel like JK is so lonely. Like sometimes I just feel like I'm like, is baby boy alone? Like, is he? That's why he's live streaming for 8 hours and playing video games. Is because he can't have her over? Is because she's away? Does he want to? That's what my mindset always goes. Because I always think that, like, being an idol a lot of times is very lonely. And I don't want JK to be lonely. JK is too good looking to be sitting up here lonely. He is too fine to be lonely. He's just too fine. I know I couldn't get over Jen saying that idol shouldn't date. JK, the international playboy. I know, poor Junie. Oh my God, don't even get me into Nam June. Oh, my heart just breaks for Nam June about how many times he talks about love and the notion of love and being lonely and not having someone to come home to and wanting to be a dad and wanting to have a family. Like I feel that with Namjoon, he desperately wants, and it's hard to find. Like finding someone you love and you trust and that won't exploit you, that won't out you, that won't try to use you. I would, and won't try to use you for clout, won't try to blackmail you because there's a lot of blackmail in the industry. It will must be incredibly hard to find somebody just on a personal level, but then all of that on top of all that. You got to find somebody you're compatible with and get along with. But then on top of that, you never think like, what is this person's motivations? Are they going to tell on me? Are they going to exploit my secrets? Are they going to try to extort me for money? Like all of these things go on in being famous in K-pop. There's a lot of blackmail. There's a lot. I can tell you all the time, a lot of people are being blackmailed. A lot of people that they didn't got with and hung out with that end up blackmailing them. And so that is a big fear that somebody's going to ruin your entire career because you used to date them or sleep with them or whatever. And they'll ruin your whole life because maybe you don't want to be with them anymore or you feel like it's not working out. And so now you're stuck with this person because you're like, if I leave this person, are they going to get online and tell their whole business about me? And like the thing with Jim and what happened with Song Duan, I think that she was just a jump off from hell and she was just mad because Jimmy didn't want to be with her like that. And I think that she was like, well, you don't want to be with me? Well, I'm going to put all your business out there. And so I do feel like it's a hard road for them. I don't want them to be lonely. They have too much money and too good looks to be out here by themselves. I think they need somebody, better to love find when you broke and then you dump I do. I think, the yes, he was questioning the concept of love and stuff like that. And Namjoon and his We verses, it's just, yes, RM can get any woman he wants to, but you can't trust him though. Like you can't trust this person. I would be terrified to death to date to be in BTS position and date somebody. I would really be scared that somebody would try to take advantage of me. And or do they like me for me, or do they like me just because I'm rich and famous? Yeah, and they don't have to date industry people. They can date anybody they want to, normal people. But either way, there's always a fear of like, if things don't work out, this person is going to turn on me and then try to ruin my fucking career. And then, then here I am with no career and nothing, and like I said, look, I'm with you, Shelly. I'm discreet. I told you, I said, hey, I told y'all a long time ago. I said, if I would ever get with a K-pop singer, I would never tell anybody, would never tell a soul. I don't care if we broke up. I don't care if things didn't work out. I would never get out here and like ruin their life. I would just keep it secret. And a lot of people do. A lot of people do, but it's always that one chick you get with or that one guy you date that will be trying to blackmail you. It's always that one. It only takes one person to ruin your whole career. That's what I hate about South Korea in particular. Because in America, stars can date around and date famous people, non-famous people. And unless they do something strange, like unless they're really wilding out, doing weird shit, 9 times out of 10, people can come out and be like, yeah, I dated that person, or yeah, I slept with this star, and it's not a big deal as long as they of age, as long as it's not something weird. But in Korea, like they even if it's on the up and up and it's just a regular relationship that ended, it'll ruin their career. It'll literally ruin their career. Even if it's nothing weird or odd going on, just two people that just didn't work out. All it does is take that one person to come out and be like, I dated Namjoon. And then next thing you know, he like, oh, hell. And so it would be hard to really find somebody and trust somebody because that person going to be trying to, I would just be in the fear like everything I do, these people are going to, it's just going to be horrible. Hold on, y'all. I got to reply to somebody. Somebody told me Happy Mother's Day. Anyway, I would just be so of just having love turn around on me and turn up and blowing up in my face. So I think that's a big fear. And then just finding someone that you can be compatible with and is going to deal with your schedule. I tell people the other thing about dating someone on Idol is dealing with their schedule. Like most, when are you going to come home? when are we going to see each other? When are we going to be able to, we can't go out. We can't go out in public. So when am I going to see you again? Like, are you going to come over? Like, it's that as well. Like, they're growing a lot. They're busy a lot. So there are people out there who want a normal relationship. You'll never have a normal relationship with an idol. Everything has to be secret. You're gonna have a lot of house dates. You can't really be out with the person really like that, especially if you're some of the opposite gender. You're gonna have to be renting out a lot of hotel rooms and sneaking in the back door, and it's a lot of that. And then that's not something that a lot of people want to deal with for years. Like you really have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, but then you don't really, it's like I do, but I can't be seen out in public with this person. Or a lot of times, I tell you, with idols, they don't even introduce the person that they're dating to their families. Like they don't, because they don't want it to get out that they're even dating someone to their bandmates or their family and friends. So you're really like this hidden person, you really like, and then you're thinking to yourself, well, how valid is this relationship? Because I don't meet your friends, I don't meet your family, I don't meet your bandmates. Like, what do I even mean to you? Like, am I just there for you to have fun with, to hang out and have some dinners with and drink some soju and have sex with? You start thinking like, this ain't a real relationship. Like, I want somebody I can, it would never work. I'm just telling y'all, it would never work for me because I'm just saying, I'm not built that way. Like, I'm the type of person, I want my man to be my man. I want my man to be with me. I want my man, not all the time, but I just like, I couldn't do like a long distance type of relationship and knowing that this person has to trust me and then they have to trust you that you're not creeping around, baby. You know. Yeah, they can see them while on tour. Yeah. Koreans, they do be breaking up with the guy before they go to the military because they're going to be gone for 18 months and they're not going to see them for very often. Yeah, they're always gone for practice and tours. I couldn't live a relationship where I just feel like I just my personality. Some people they can do it in exchange for the money and the clout and all the upsides, all the perks dating someone rich and famous. But for me, it would never it just I don't like separation is not good for me. Separation equals, it does absence doesn't make the heart grow fonder. For some people it does, for me it does not. Absence to me means, I might be sleeping with your best friend or your dad. So I mean that's kind of how I go. It's time for me to go to bed. Absence for me is like I be like, look, your brother came over and he dropped off some food. And I don't know what happened. Like, we got to talking and we got to drinking. And then your dad came over that one time. And I was like, bro, what you want me to do? Like, yes, then I would worry about them having a girl. Like, I'd be worrying about them sleeping with the dancers, the stylists. Like, you in close proximity to these beautiful women. And then here I am back at the house. I'd be like, look, your dad came over. Now, your dad can get it every day. Hey, like I look, the flesh is weak and mine is very weak. Like, I have a hard time staying faithful in a long distance situation. What I thought about Meg Thee Stallion, people trying to hook her up with Namjoon. I don't think Namjoon is Meg Thee Stallion's type, and I don't think for Namjoon, I don't think Meg Thee Stallion is his type either. Although they would look cute together, so that's what I had to say about that. What? Girl, a boy. Let me tell you, absence. I'm telling you. I've had relationships where I've had dated men who were gone a lot for work. They traveled for work. It's not saying that I cheated on them, but it didn't ingratiate. Because my whole mind is like out of sight, out of mind. Like, when you're not here, I just kind of like, like my brain don't be like, well, I wonder what my man is doing. I'm working, I'm busy doing things. And then like at the back of my mind, I'm like, I'm forgetting something. What am I? I'm forgetting something. I'm someone who, what am I forgetting? Forgetting. I forgot to do something. I forgot to, well, fuck it. And I will go back to my life. And then people be like, well, Kiki, don't you have a boyfriend? I was like, that's right. Yes, boyfriend. I forgot to call. I ain't called him in about a week. Like, that's how my mind goes. If you are not in my peripheral, then I'm just kind of like, I'm a free spirit doing my own thing. Like, I'm busy. I have things to keep me occupied. And so I can't be sweating no dude, y'all. I told y'all before, the reason why I've been single for so long is because I refuse to sweat a man, and men for some reason want to be sweated, and I just can't sweat no dude. I don't have it in me. Like, I have a spirit of discontent and orneriness, and I am totally sunundry all the way, and I just can't be sweating no dude. Like these people be up in these streets sweating these dudes. I just can't do it. Like, I don't have it in me. I don't have a sweater dude in me. I'm just the total opposite of sweater dude would be me not sweating a dude. Okay. Like, I cannot be like calling the dude and being like, where you at? Where you been? They be like, Kiki, you ain't called. I'm like, I, 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 I was doing a live stream. I asked my subscribers. They're on. Oh God. I'm like, I was doing a live stream. Y'all are my fucking alibi. My YouTube channel would be my alibi. I was doing a live stream. Look, you can ask them. Ask them. I'm here. They be like, really? I'm like, I was doing a live stream. I was putting together furniture. Like, I always have some excuse why. Because again, I don't know. Like I said before, again, I'm putting out the call like I said last week. I said, if you have messaged a famous person, please go. Y'all need to go on social media right now. I need y'all to be up in these people's DMs, and I need you guys to report back to me. Go to a famous person, whether they be male or females, and slide in their DMs and let me know how that go. Because I'm still curious to how this goes. Because again, I ain't never slid in nobody's DMs in my entire fucking life. So if you have slid in someone's DMs, put it in the chat. I want to know who slides in DMs and what exactly do you say? I don't have that gene in my body. My body is like, maybe I should message him. Maybe look, this is how my mind goes. Maybe I should message him. Maybe I should not. Man, don't wuss out like that. Yeah, but maybe you never know what's gonna happen. No, fuck that. Like, I ain't going out like no punk ass. Yeah. Then my other side's like, I just give up. Like, that's how my mind, I go through these conversations. So I need y'all to go out right now, go on social media and find somebody famous, start sliding in people's DMs and let me know how I go for y'all. You know, a lot of famous people, just slide in their DMs and just go and tell me no. I'm too scared. Me too. Jen and JK like to comment on your like to comment on your post Wow, like that is, I'd be flipping out. But people's DMs, let me know how they go. Because stories all the time about people sliding in famous people's DMs and sleeping with them and hooking up with them. You know, not saying there has to be anything strange for a piece of change. I'm just saying I have never, not even regular people. I have never slid in no one's DMs of somebody I didn't know, like a regular person. So I could not imagine sliding in the DMs of a famous person. I got people's phone numbers and I'm like, I ain't texting them. That's how my mind goes. My mind is like, F him. I'm not. If he wants to talk to me, we pick up the phone and talk. That's how I got to message somebody first. Like, that's when my brain shuts down. My brain's like, we're not doing that. My brain's like, I'm not messaging. The only person I've ever messaged first is my kids, my mama, Jennifer. I don't think I even messaged my late husband first. Like, I think when me and my late husband were married and I'd be at work and he'd be like, well, you ain't text me all day. I'm like, what you want me to do, John? I'm working. I'm working up in here, babe. I'm working hard. And then he'd be like, well, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm like, you know, like, he would always message me first, like on the way home. Like, I'm not used to like, Okay, I gotta so if y'all have experience, I want you we gonna discuss this next week. I need y'all to go out there and do some field reporting for me. I need you to go out there and do some tasks. Go out and DM a famous person and see if they're gonna respond back to you. You ain't even gotta say who it is. You would be like, yeah, I did slide in someone DM and they did respond. I just want to know what happened. You know, am I buffering? Am I buffering? My internet about to shut down. Someone, I know, yeah, somebody. I got a whole list of people. Yeah, I'm not chasing no man. I'm not even showing interest. Like I just be like, I'm telling you, my whole attitude is just stank. Like it's just that's why I've been single. Because again, like I've known with men, no offense to the men here, because I know y'all are here. I know there's one guy here, and I know there's some others. But no offense to the men here. But I don't know how. Well, again, let me preface this. In America, because it's different in Korea. In America, there is this thing that like men want you to chase them. There's this sentiment of that men want to be chased, and I'm just like, bro, I don't have time. I'm like I'm busy right now. Like so, there's a notion in America that men. I have to clean it up because not all men, because in other cultures it's not like this. But there's a notion in America that like men want you to like chase them a little bit. Not and it varies, but all the American men that I've ever dealt with, it's always like this. I have dog and pony show, and I refuse to. I'm not a pony. I'm not like hopping over cones and shit and pylons. I'm not like, you know. I refuse to do the dog and pony thing. So that's why I stay single because men want you to, you know, emote or something. And then I'm not very emotional. I'm not very lovey-dovey. Like I told y'all before, I'm like, why are you touching me? They like Keisha. They like really. I'm like, why are we touching me? Why? What are we doing? What are we hugging? We hugging? I'm like, oh, okay, fine. It's just, my attitude is, okay, I'll give you a hug. It's just, okay, we done? We done? Okay. You're like, we cool? You've hugged it out, right? You've gotten that out of your system. I'm not a hugger. I'm not a kisser. I'm not touchy-feely. So, and then mentally, I'm not touchy-feely. Like, I'm a cold fish. It takes a lot of money to really bring out the nice knee. It takes a lot of gifts for me to be kind. I was like, oh, look, you bought me. Oh, honey. Then I'm all honey. They're like, just throw her some gifts and she honey sweetie baby all day. But it takes me a lot to get there. So I just have a hard time dealing with men folks because they just want performance. And I'm just like, I'm not performative. I can't be fake if I tried. He thinks the number, but I don't know. Why would they give me their personal info? I don't know. I need y'all sliding some DMs. You're a hugger, but not a touchy. I'm not a hugger. I'm not nothing. I'm not a hugger. Make me write hot checks. I'm not a hugger. I'm not a kisser. I'll hold your hand a little bit if you're not too. I'll hold hands, but I'm not like. And then I'm not emotionally emotive. Like I'm not like I'm not all that. I'm not. I need a man that's gonna be that way. Like I need a man who's very like romantic and expressive and excitable. Because again, I am out of everybody. I'm the Jungie of everybody. Like I'm just kind of like, yeah, like I'm very low key, with everything. And so I found that a lot of men don't like that. Like a lot of men want you to be, I don't know, enthusiastic, I guess. I'm just like, okay. And I'm not gonna be that way, and then a lot of men want you to carry the conversation, and I don't do that either. I don't carry believe it or not, for somebody who likes to talk like I do. But when it comes to men and relationships, I'm a whole nother person. Like with my family and friends and everybody, I'm happy and giggly and funny. And then when it comes to dating, I'm like, okay. My whole attitude is this. What are we doing? I need somebody who's very enthusiastic, who's kind of like, okay, who's gonna kind of pull me along a little bit. I had a husband that pulled me along a little bit. Like, come on, honey, don't be so mean. I'm like, all right. I need somebody that kind of that's going to be a bit more. That I need a man who's extra. I really need a man who's a stalker. I think my ideal type, like I did a test and it said that my ideal type was a narcissistic sociopath stalker. And I was like, that kind of sounds right. Kind of, it checks out. It checks out. I think my ideal man is a stalker. Tyrese met his gold digger when she slid in his DM. Are you serious? He thought he was getting a prize. She divorced him. Yes, I know about his divorce, but I didn't know that she slid in his DMs. Was she famous though? I don't think she was that famous. Was she famous though? I cannot believe that Tyrese let a gold digger slide in his DMs. Was she famous or not? Yes, she was famous. Well, I can understand famous people sliding in other famous people's DMs. I kind of get that. That kind of happens. I do have two beautiful kids. I do. By the grace of I never thought I'd ever have kids. I've never thought I'd ever get married just because of my personality, my rough edges. I think I've gotten worse over the years. I used to be a little bit more warm and fuzzy and cuddly, and I think over the years I've become like totally like a cynic. I'm very cynical after having a relationship. Oh, no, she wasn't famous, not at all. That is so weird. I could never. I told y'all about that. Like I have slid in people's DMs, and but it's because my friend is a reality content creator, and she would have me do the dirty work for her. So she would have me message these dudes that were on reality shows, and a lot of them would respond, and I was shocked that they would respond back to me, but they did. They would respond, and then like I said, there's at least two guys that I know of that I have had like long conversations, DMs, like for hours back and forth. Yes, my husband was my yin to my, yes, we were opposites in a lot of ways. No, she had a social worker's master, I think. Oh, okay, so she wasn't like some celebrity. Oh, you gotta go. Bye, Kazuma. Kazuma. But yeah, I think my husband, yes, he was very much my husband was a very much a Jin kind of personality. Funny, kind of goofy, child, like he liked video games. But my late husband liked to laugh a lot. Like he was always keeping me rolling and that's the biggest weight in my heart is I like funny guys. I like men who keep me entertained. Like if you can make me laugh, that'll break through all of that. I have only dated two dudes that were actually funny. All the rest of the dudes I've dated have been kind of like serious, have been kind of like serious or airheads. So I've dated a lot of airheaded guys, but I've dated a lot of guys who were not funny. Like I was always been the funny one. But I want to date a guy who's a funny guy who's fun and funny. I like a fun person. I like somebody who doesn't take everything so seriously like I do. I have enough angst and anxiety for 100 people. So I'm angsty enough. I don't need another angsty person. I need somebody who's very like, everything's going to be okay. Somebody who has a positive attitude. My late husband had a very positive, like, everything's going to be fine. You worry too much. You worry too much. You tell me that. And I do worry a lot. And so I'm very like anxiety. I need somebody who's very like, everything's going to be okay. Calm down and try to talk some sense into me that way. But yes, and I like somebody who's funny. I like somebody who makes a lot of jokes and gets me cracking up laughing. That's the easiest way to like ease my tension is humor. Like that'll like my late husband, we would have arguments like any other couple, and my late husband and I would be mad at him because I'm a grudge holder, and I would be like all mad and like whatever, don't talk to me for the rest of the night. And then he would give me like an hour, and then he'd peek his head in, and he would say something funny. He'd be like, "Guess what I saw on TV?" And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Well, blah blah blah," and I'm like, I was like, "Well, that is kind of funny." He's like, "See, it's funny, right?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, it is." I was like, "Well, let me see," And so that's how he would break the tension where we would never like be mad at each other for long periods of time because he would always get me to laughing about something. He was like, "Just get her laughing and she'll be fine." And then you get me laughing and I'm fine. And then I'm like, "Well, that is funny." Well, and I'm like, "Well, I don't want to laugh, but I'm going to laugh that it's funny." He's like, "Aha." I was like, "Yeah, yeah." And then I'm over it. And then he's like, "Are you mad anymore?" And I'm like, "No, whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, no." And then he's like, "See?" He's like, "See, you're so serious." He's like, "You're so serious." I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, "Whatever. Yeah, I am. Take me seriously." I just want to be taken serious. I'm a Cancer. We need attention. We need to be babied, and we need to know that when we're mad, that somebody's taking our concerns seriously. Once as a Cancer, I understand I'm a baby. I understand that in a relationship, I'm a fucking infant. I understand I'm a whiner. I'm a baby. I like attention. I'm like a toddler. I get it. But then you're like, there, honey. It's okay. And I'm like, hmm. And then like I'll get over it, and then I'm back to normal. So I understand as a Cancer that we're kind of difficult to deal with. Us water signs are kind of like moody assholes sometimes, but did your friend respond to it? No. I like intelligence too. But I have dated dumb guys. I'm too needy. I'm very needy. I'm a very needy girlfriend. Very needy. But I'm needy because it keeps me interested, because my interest wanes quickly. Like I'm fickle like that. Like I don't have it. When it comes to relationship, I'm not very deep. I try to be deep. Then like at the end of the day, I'm like, I'm just a Cancer and I'm a whiny bitch. Like I just understand that I am a Cancer and I needed to be talked to a certain way at certain times to be like, oh, to pacify my angstiness, because I Cancers, we're moody. Like we're moody bitches. We're just like one day we're all happy and we love you. Cancer is one of the worst. I dated a guy who was a Cancer one time and it didn't last. Because Cancer is the type of people, we'll love you a lot. One day we'll be like, oh, we love you, the love of my life. But then we'll go to sleep and we'll lay in bed. I'm telling you, Cancers will lay in bed and then they start thinking about relationships and they're like, oh, well, he's such a good guy. But is he really? Well, yeah, he really is a good guy. Is he really though? That one time he said he was going to bring you Burger King and he didn't. You're right, he didn't. See, and then that time you called him that one time and he didn't answer the phone. What does that mean? I don't know. What does that mean? Well, and then that one time, girl, he was smacking too hard when he was eating that hamburger. Yeah, you're right. By the time I go to sleep and wake up, I'll be like, you ain't shit. Cancers, if you a Cancer, if you know. Cancers will talk themselves out of any damn thing at any moment. We will love you, and then the next morning he'll call you and be like, hey, babe, how you doing? What do you mean, babe, how you doing? See, what's wrong with you is, what did I do? Don't worry about what you did. Look, listen, look, this relationship's not even going to work. I'm over it, Claire. And they will be like, what did I do? I'm like, don't worry about what you did. You know what you did. Cancers, we are consummate overthinkers. Yes, we will talk ourselves out of any fucking relationship at any time. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, we will be fine. We will lay in bed at night and just be thinking about like all the evil things that you've done and how we don't like it. And then by the next morning, we are out of love with you. We're done. And really, when I say done. Like I've ended relationships like that. Like I woke up the next morning and be like, I'm done with this relationship, and just be like, we're broken up, click. The guys are like, to this day, the man's like, I don't even know what I did. I'm tired of your shit. Like, so I couldn't imagine like being in a relationship with me can be very volatile. Like you have to just kind of figure out, like I'm a consummate overthinker. It is hard being an overthinker. It has its good and it has bad. When I think about overthinking, I think about Namjoon, and he talks about he's an overthinker, and I'm like, oh my God. I said Namjoon probably sits around at night just going, just wheels just turning. Like, I don't really know about this fame thing, and but the band is good, and I like BTS, but I don't really know. I can imagine what he thinks about at night. Like his mind just goes, Your husband is a combination of RM and Jen, smart and but a weird sense of humor. I have never dated a smart guy. I've always wanted to date a guy who is very intellectual and very smart. But usually the guys who are very intellectual and smart, I'm not physically attracted to them. Usually the guys that are really smart, I'm just like... And physical attraction for me is very important. I have to be attracted to... I've tried to date dudes that I'm not that physically, and it just never worked out. Like, I'm just like, eh. But I'm usually not attracted. Or I usually don't meet guys who are very intellectual. you know, very intellectual. But I like him though. I like a smart guy like Namjoon. I like a very introspective, overthink. But I've never met a guy like I haven't met a guy like that in a long time. And the ones that I did meet was years ago, and he wasn't very attractive. I wasn't attracted to him. Let's just put it that way. I wasn't attracted to him. So, but he was cool though. I think RM is hot. Yeah, I think RM is sexy though. You never get anything done because of it. I have to push myself. I have to push myself into getting things done. Like I have to write things down and stay on the plan. So I don't like chaos, but I'm an overthinker. So I have to keep everything like very rigid sometimes. Because again, I talk myself out of anything and every fucking thing. Like it annoys me so bad because I'll have all these plans and I'll be like, I'm ready to do, like I'll be ready to go on vacation. I'll talk myself out of vacations. Like that's just how I did. Like I just be like, well, you know what, and then I'm a workaholic. Like I've gotten into this trap where I'm a consummate overthinker and a workaholic. So it's just I never thought if you would have told me 30 years ago I would be a workaholic, I would have looked at you like you're stupid. 30 years ago, when I was in my 20s, I was very laid back. I was very carefree. I went out and did things and vacations and I just was as time has gone on, I've become more and more rigid in like work. And then Jennifer's always telling me, she's always getting on me about that because I work a lot. And I work a lot. And I like my whole and then she was like, well, what do you like to do? And I'm like, and I had to really think like, what do I like to do? Because I don't like to do much of anything that doesn't involve it's like I'm caught in a trap. Ain't coming back because I love you too much. So I need to like really get this work life balance, and I'm trying to like once I move, I will really try to work on it for this summer, trying to like suss out my tendencies of perfectionism, love of order, and the love of just working. And I don't like to work, but I will lay here and be like, you know what, I should be doing something. And I literally will lay here and edit videos, make videos, write, clean, crochet, type, something. I'll pick up my computer and start working at my job. Like they're like, do you ever not work? And I was like, when I'm with my kids, sometimes I don't work. Like I was with my kids today and I didn't work, but I was tempted to. I was tempted to take my computer. But I just need to be like, work is like an addiction for me. It's like, it really is like and then I haven't felt burnout yet, but I feel like one day I'm gonna be like, I'm tired of this. But I just keep going. Like I'm gonna put those desks together tonight, y'all. If I put them together tonight, y'all, I'm gonna post a picture. I'll be like, look, I did put them together. I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but y'all, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna put these. I'm gonna try. I don't know how long it's gonna take me. Just I don't know. It's harder to break habits, especially the older you get. Um, the older you get, I don't know. Then I feel like time is accelerating and I'm getting like really old. And so I was like, oh, I'm too old to be doing this shit. Like, it was good. Like when I was, well, in my 20s, I wasn't a worker. In my 30s and 40s, I was a workaholic. Like I really was. And now I'm just like, okay. I'm like, Kiki, you're not 40 anymore. I'm not 40 anymore, which is 40 still a good age, but I just didn't work as hard as I work now. I think the older I'm getting, the more I'm working. But again, this is all my doing. It's not anybody else's. It's all on me. Jennifer be like, have you eaten? I'm like, no. She's like, what are you doing? Working. She's like, oh my God. She's like, and then I get to the point where I don't eat and I don't drink. And I was just like, and then Jennifer's like, you're wilting away to nothing. And I was like, okay. Because then if you go back and look at my older videos, like I've like lost weight. And it's not like I'm doing it on purpose, but it's just like, I don't really eat a lot no more. And so, I don't do it on purpose, y'all. But I like working. I like doing stuff, like staying busy. You 38, you sticking out, you hate living. Girl, you should come with me. My days are so hectic. My days are so hectic. that it would be, I just like my days started, they start at 5:30 a.m. and I'm up until like 1 or 2 in the morning. I don't mean to be. So I get about 3 hours of sleep a day. And then it's nonstop. Like I get up in the morning and I'm in the, like I'll use the bathroom and then I hit the ground running. Like I'm up early. Tomorrow's Mother's Day. I have a whole day plan of things to do. I got to get up in the morning. There's a guy coming that's going to build my daughter's. I paid to have somebody build my son's dresser, my daughter's vanity. It's like 1,000,000 pieces. So this guy's going to come and build her vanity tomorrow. I need to clean out the garage. I need to pack the rest of the kitchen. I need to clean I need to clean my bedroom. I need to clean up in here. I need to mop. I need to sweep. Like I'm already have my whole day planned out for Mother's Day. People are like, what you doing for Mother's Day? I'm like packing and cleaning. What else? And then I have to direct my kids, and then I have to take my little cousin, drop her off, and then somehow fit a meal in that day. And then by the time I do that, it's probably 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I have to do laundry. And then like I haven't had this all worked out since 5. So 5, so I'm gonna go to bed tonight at 2, wake up at 5:30. And then I'll probably go to the gym. My schedule is, people are like, how are you even alive? I was like, I don't know how I still survive. But I don't know how I'm still up for living. I have to check my pulse sometimes because people are convinced, they're like, you're a vampire. They're like, we're convinced there's something wrong with you. They're like, you really don't eat, you don't really sleep. I'm like, I'm gonna live forever, rock and roll. I'm gonna live forever. They're like, how much? Jennifer's like, you're getting older, so how much of this pace you can keep up? I was like, forever. I'm a vampire. They're like, you don't sleep, you don't eat, you work out, you're up at early, you're editing videos, you're making Patreon stuff, you're writing, it's like, yeah, rock and roll. I was like, yeah. I just feel like I'm on like, then I'm like, well, let me drink some coffee because I need my energy. And I'm like, yeah. I'm old. I'm old. I'm old. When am I moving? I am moving. Moving is going to take us probably about a week or two. So I start moving on the 19th of May is when our official move date. But the movers won't be here until the 23rd. Yeah, the movers won't be here until May 23rd. No, not in my 30s. I wish I could have a child in my 30s. Yeah, I can definitely have a kid in my 30s. Yeah, yeah. My kids remind me of that all the time. I was like, Sugar's young enough to be your child. Shh. Shh. I was like, kids, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it for me, kids. Stop ruining things. They're like, yeah, but mama, he's like 30. Shh. He's young enough to be shh. Like, no, don't mention that. Like, we just leave that alone. But yeah, one of these days, y'all, I'm going to I keep telling myself to go on like a staycation where I'm like I'm going to go to a spa and I'm going to film it. Jennifer be like, are you going to a spa? I'm like, yes. She's like, are you going to film it? I'm like, yes. She's like, can't you just go to the spa and not film it? I was like, yeah, but do I want to? But it's content though. She's like, can we just go somewhere and not be content? I was like, no, because we're going next weekend. We're going to a symphony to go for Hans Zimmer, the composer. If you guys know who that is, me and Jennifer is going to go, and I'm going to film it. And Jennifer going to be like, oh God, are we going to film that too? I was like, we're going to film it. I film everything, film it. So it's poor people get it right. Like, it's like this candlelight thing. And it's like this orchestra. It looks really cool. I was like, how can I not film it for my subscribers and viewers? How can I not film it? I was like, I want to share with you guys. So I'm going to film it. I'm going to film it. I love Hans Zimmer. I love John Williams and Hans Zimmer. So I will be going to a thing next Friday that Jennifer invited me to, and I will be filming it. So there you go. But I'm going to have a good time. But Jennifer, she always tried to get me out of the house. And so we're going to film it. So again, we go to all these concerts for a year. So this is going to be Number 3 in our concert. I saw twice. I saw Bruno Mars, and now I'm going to see the Hans Zimmer thing. And then BTS in August. And then I think there's a few more concerts that we probably want to go to towards the end of the year. So yeah, I'm going to film it. I'm going to share it and I'm going to film it. But let me get off this live stream. You guys, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate everybody's being here. I am going to try to put these tables, these nightstands together, and then I will report back with pictures on my post and be like, look what I did. Or if it ends in disaster and all the pieces are laid out on the floor and I fall down and cry and kick my feet, then I'm going to take a picture of that as well, because we're just going to see how this is going to go. But everybody, thank you for being here. Good night. And y'all wish me luck. Wish me luck. I'm get some sleep. I'm gonna try to put one together. There's 2 of them. I'm gonna try to put one. I'm maybe half of one. I don't know. But anyway, y'all, we'll see how this goes. Bye.